Just pull the Caleb Williams. Uses legs to create, kept his eyes down the field, got a completion down the middle. This use it to stop the clock, Robert, with 22 seconds to go. This is why you love football, not just college football, football in general. And Lincoln Riley is irate about something on the sidelines. Second and 10. We'll talk about this maybe a little later. His lineman's right on spiking the ball. On the slant. Two slants. And a big hit. Afterwards, both of them are down. Bryson Shaw and Watts are both shaken up on that 23-yard pickup. Wow. An incredible turn of events. Helmet-to-helmet contact on the tail end of that play. Let's bring in Matt Austin. Tell me about the call here. Potential targeting, Matt Austin. Bryson Shaw, number 27, made the hit. What are your thoughts?
Well, for it to be targeting in this case, it has to be with the crown of the helmet. He's caught the ball, he's transitioned into a runner, so he's not a defensive player. Helmet-to-helmet contact in and of itself is not a foul. But if he lowered his head and got into the crown, then it would be targeting, and that looks like what you got here.
So you think it's targeting, though?
I do.
He's not defenseless because he started to run, as you pointed out. But you could feel that hit, Robert.
Yeah, I agree with Matt. It is targeting. You heard Matt talk about the defensive play. Because he caught the ball and turned upfield, he's no longer defensive. It's not like he's in the air in the act of the catch. But the crown of the helmet was hit. And then you see the reaction after the play. That's why we want to take the helmet out of the game. That's why some of these measures, all these rules right here that you see, have been taken into place because of things like this.
Wow, they both slowed it up. Still waiting for the final call. They're still having a look at it, and you see Bryson Shaw to your right. Will Robert coming off the field. What a catch, and won by Deuce Watts. 73-yard touchdown catch last week in the American Conference title game. He's the fastest up their receiver board. And they are having an extra protracted look at this. And it gives Tulane, who's out of timeouts, a chance to get a couple plays called here, right, Robert?
Yeah, there's a couple things going on here, right? Obviously, you're most concerned for both players on the field, making sure that they're okay. And then moving forward, now USC's defense has had a chance to rest because of this long review. Tulane's offense and their offensive coordinator, Chip Swoboda, have an opportunity to go through all of their best plays that they want to run in this situation.
Let's go to Matt. Matt?
Well, them taking this long of a look, I have a feeling that they're going to take on the target. What I think they must have seen there is that they thought it was more of a forehead hit than a crown. They didn't know the area of the crown. This year, they want it to be the very, very top of the...
Now let me welcome everybody to the Wild Wild West as all the leaves are brown and the sky is gray. We're California dreaming for the granddaddy of them all, the 109th Rose Bowl, in a first ever meeting between Penn State and Utah. Thank you for tuning in and watching my live watch-along reactions live right here on YouTube. As always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cool and Luke 96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. As bowl season is about to wrap up, the Rose Bowl officially will be the final bowl game of this 2022-2023 bowl season, with the national championship game 1 week from now. 4 bowl games on today. 2 have gone final. 3rd about to go final. We got a one-score game, 6-point lead with 12 seconds to play for USC, as Penn State's played the Trojans in the Rose Bowl a few times and lost all 3 times, I might add as well. They say incomplete in the end zone, but they'll get another chance. Tulane, as the non-Power 5 rep, as the American Athletic Conference champs, has stormed back after being down a few scores here late. That's a catch. That's a touchdown. Yep. So with no timeouts, they drive the length of the field after scoring a little bit ago, then defensively got a safety, made it a 6-point deficit, 45-39. They drive, score. USC going to have 2 timeouts to potentially win the game with the Heisman Trophy winner and Caleb Williams, but they're reviewing the previous play on the field. We'll see what happens. We'll see what the call is. We'll see who ends up winning. We're going to, of course, as always, at halftime, update college football scores as we always do. We'll first have stats and scores and recap the whole entire bowl season. As mentioned, the Rose Bowl, technically the official final bowl game of the bowl season, with the FCS National Championship game next Sunday and the Division I College Football Playoff National Title game next Monday night. So, as we near 5 o'clock Eastern Time, almost 4 in North Texas, we'll have a 2 o'clock local kick in Pasadena on ESPN coming up here with the blue and white and the Utes. Penn State ranked 11th at 10-2, Utah 10-3, ranked 8th in the country as the Pac-12 champions. They defeated USC not once but twice this season. Once at home by a point, and then they beat them pretty good a month ago in the Pac-12 championship game in Sin City. Hence why USC is not in the Rose Bowl and playing the Cotton Bowl and hanging on by a thread as I speak. But yeah, this game coming down to the wire. We've had a few damn good bowl games this season, a few damn good finishes. They say touchdown, they overturn it, calls reverse, touchdown for the Green Wave, and they are going absolutely berserk. But hey, from the BCS to the College Football Playoff and the New Year's Six, just hell, throughout time, upsets happen. USC's 2 losses are both to Utah, who Penn State plays momentarily. Penn State lost to Michigan, Ohio State, who both made the College Football Playoff this past weekend. Yes, they both lost as well. Penn State, with a win today, would become the first Big Ten team to win in the new year in 2023. The extra point's up and good. So that was crucial because we missed it. We're tied at 45, potentially good overtime. USC 9 seconds, 2 timeouts. You know, we'll see if that's going to matter or not. But need a field goal to win it. So we'll see if Caleb Williams can get in the field goal range and draw on the kicker. Last time Penn State was in the Rose Bowl, they played USC on this very day 6 years ago in the 16 season on January 2nd of 2017. And USC won on a game-winning field goal. So maybe we go from another USC game-winning field goal into the Rose Bowl with Penn State in action and their road whites against Utah back in the Rose Bowl for the second consecutive year. They should have beat Ohio State last year, but then it turned into a shootout, and they couldn't hold on defensively. They broke. Ohio State came back and won. But USC's in shock. Yeah. So we'll see if they can hold on. Squib it, potentially. Kick it deep. I mean, 9 seconds and 2 timeouts down, 1 need a field goal, but unless you get a good return or big first play, honestly, this game's probably over. And Tulane's going to be USC, so we'll see how this finishes up. And they'll have to go about 90 yards in 7 seconds. So here comes a Hail Mary and a hook and ladder. I mean, they got 2 timeouts. They can run 1 deep out route. I mean, the average time of play is about 5, 6, maybe even 7 seconds, depending on, if not more, of course, you buy time. But all Tulane needs is a stop. And this would probably be the biggest upset of the bowl season thus far with one game to play. Had a blowout earlier, had a shutout the other day, had back and forth playoff semis. But as mentioned, a lot of damn good bowl games this season. And thank you if you checked out my college football bowl game preview. As mentioned, then as it passes incomplete, so they'll get one more shot, 2 seconds, but they'll have to score. USC going to call a timeout. They have 2 left. Make sure they're set. But on paper, it felt like, with the matchups and just how everything was scheduled, okay, bowl season was going to be okay. Probably not as good as it's been in years past, but it turned out to be completely different. But that's, of course, why they play the games. It's not on paper, it's on the field. So expect the unexpected, and clock expires, pass is caught. Now they play hook and ladder, but they are behind the line of scrimmage, and they're going to wrap him up as he passes it again. We'll see if that was a forward pass, but they say no, they play on. They still haven't gone anywhere. Tulane's going to beat USC in the Cotton Bowl 46-45. What a finish. Wow. Just wow. So, good for them. Congrats. We'll see if another team can beat another Pac-12 team momentarily, I might add. But they're going to give us the post game and then the pre-game, and we'll have kickoff at about 10 after 5 between Penn State and Utah in the Rose Bowl with Big 12 officials today. So Tulane celebrates. They defeat USC. And they're not sure what the hell just happened, and rightfully so. They go from 2 wins to 12 wins in a span of a season. Largest turnaround in FBS history, I might add. And his name, Willie Fritz, came up for other larger openings, but he decided to stay put, extended to stay on the Bayou. As LSU won earlier, Tulane just won, so they'll be partying, to say the least, from now until Mardi Gras. But Tulane defeats USC 46-45. We're going to recap the whole entire bowl season later on, so stay tuned. But, as mentioned, once again, the Rose Bowl coming up with Penn State and Utah, so thank you for tuning in and watching. As always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cohen Luke 96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Scroll down, check out Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. The red subscribe button, notification bell next to it as well to stay up to date. Thumbs up if you want Penn State to win. Share hashtag college football, hashtag Penn State, hashtag Utah. Chat questions and comments, super chat, super stickers, super likes, super thanks. Always greatly appreciated. And we are Penn State, as Penn State is searching for the first bowl win since pre-COVID, along with searching for their first Rose Bowl win 28 years ago to the day today when they beat Oregon. When they've played anyone other than USC in the granddaddy of them all, they've won. They're 1-3 all time. They actually played in the Rose Bowl 100 years ago and one day ago yesterday, losing to USC as this current Rose Bowl stadium in Pasadena is celebrating its centennial year, 100 years, and now Penn State and Utah, second straight appearance. Penn State, 5th all time. They're 1-3, first time in 6 years, dating back to when they won the Big Ten in 16. Lost on a game-winning field goal to USC in a back-and-forth game. At the time, largest Rose Bowl scoring in history. Of course, that's since been broken. But, of course, that was then. This is now. I got to take care of business, end the season on a high. Potentially get to 11 wins, as both teams are searching for that 11th victory. As Penn State has mentioned, it's 10-2. Utah is at 10-3. Utah won the Pac-12 over USC, who just lost Tulane, if you're just now tuning in. But they're going to take us to the Rose Bowl now. We'll have, well, they're going to take us to a commercial break first off. But we're going to have Chris Fowler, Kirk Herbstreit on the call, along with a Utah alum and Holly Rowe down on the sideline. As, of course, some Penn State fans sporting Penn State gear. The white hat on the road, we wear white, so we are Penn State again. But, of course, if you can't see, also wearing my Penn State Rose Bowl shirt for this year, Penn State and Utah. Penn State arrived as a team, as they always do, but as the Steelers supported the late, great Franco Harris in number 32 uniforms 2 weeks ago before their Christmas Eve night game that ended up being a game-winning touchdown win against the Raiders. They came to the game wearing 32 Franco Harris Steelers jerseys. Penn State arrived today wearing, as Franco also played for Penn State before being drafted by the Steelers in the first round in 72, 50 years ago. As there's a nice aerial shot. More red than white in the stands. Both fan bases showing up and showing out. But the granddaddy of them all, the Rose Bowl, will have coin toss. As there's nothing like the Rose Bowl. Here's the opening video package. There's the trophy they'll play for. 109th Rose Bowl, but 100th in this stadium. Penn State played in the first 100 years ago and 1 day ago, yesterday as mentioned, losing to USC. But yeah, there isn't anything like the Rose Bowl in college football. You know, it's at least for Big Ten and then Pac-10, Pac-12 fans, but more so not Big Ten fans, especially, you know, cold, hard winters at the end of the football season. You want to get to the promised land. You want to get to sunny Southern California. But, yeah, Penn State arrived, as they'll also have a Rose Bowl sticker on the back of their helmet. They also have an FH, Franco Harris sticker on the back of their helmet as well. They arrived sporting 34 blue and white Franco Harris Penn State jerseys. As he was, as mentioned, as a Steeler fan myself too, a couple weeks ago during that game, you know, big with early success with both Penn State and the Steelers in the late 1960s and throughout the whole entire decade of the 1970s. Rose Bowl game, they'll have basic but simple, perfect Rose Bowl patches on the uniforms as well. Utah, as they were the away team last year, they're in their home uniforms. They'll have a rose vined in their U logo on the helmet. Penn State in the road whites. So, Penn State, Utah, kickoff coming up shortly. As I mentioned, yeah, we'll have a coin toss. We'll have a national anthem and a flyover. And we'll go from there. We'll see who wins that, kicks, defers, etc. And then just overall wins the game. I think it's going to come down to the wire deep late into the fourth quarter. Running game is going to be key. Turnover to the special teams as well. But should be a good game. Should be a damn good game. These teams are more similar than they are different. As comparison for Penn State with Utah as the opponent today, Utah is very similar to Iowa when they play Penn State. So keep that in mind as this game progresses. As they show off Penn State's two true freshman running backs. Nick Singleton officially needs today 59 yards for 1,000 yards rushing on the season, and the fat man, Katron Allen, needs $130 for 1K. So we'll see if Penn State can, you know, run the football again today. But all right, we're gonna have a marching band national anthem. What more could ask for, especially the Rose Bowl or a college football bowl game. But I'll shut up, and God bless the United States of America. as we get a flyover, also, as always, want to shout out the troops. Thank you for your service, whether that's Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, Coast Guard. Thank you. As Utah, with the national anthem, Penn State Blue Band, I'd have to expect to perform at halftime, as we'll have a coin toss next, but kickoff coming up momentarily between the Nittany Lions and the Utes, and once again a first ever meeting between the two schools. Penn State with the game today as officially all-time against the Pac-12. They are, where's that? There we go, 25-14 all-time, having played everyone except for Utah. So with the game today, the current Pac-12 format, of course, USC and UCLA joining the Big 12, or Big 10, excuse me, well, Big 12 refs once again today. As Penn State had Big 12 refs last year in the Outback Bowl and lost to Arkansas, I might add, but, we'll see how the refs control the game. It's a penalty. Call it. If it's not, don't let them play. So, no, but these two teams are more similar than they are different, so it should be a good game. But, Penn State now, the matchup against Utah, played everyone in the conference, in the Pac-12. Utah, they're 10-10 overall all time against the Big Ten, along with 1-3 in bowl games, including a loss last year against Ohio State. But Mickey and Minnie with the game ball, coin toss here as well. So Penn State visitors, see if they defer, they win the toss. This is a strong Utah crowd, which, I knew they'd show up, and Penn State would show up as well. Expecting it be a little bit more 50-50 split, down the middle. But yeah, Rose Bowl Stadium construction started in 1921, the current Rose Bowl, and they've played in two other sites. 1923 Rose Bowl, Penn State and USC. Trojans won 14-3, but yeah, because of World War II, they played it on the East Coast, and then because of COVID, they played it at the Cotton Bowl just a couple years ago. But 109th overall Rose Bowl, 100th in this stadium, and Penn State's back. Utah is as well for the second consecutive year. So 100 years of the Rose Bowl. Original stadium was a horseshoe design with capacity of 57,000. Cost was almost $300,000, which is about $4.5 million today. Which, that's honestly pretty cheap with as much as stadiums cost nowadays. But Utah and Penn State about to take the field. Kyle Whittingham in his 18th year, taking over for Urban Meyer after he left for Florida at the end of 2004. They've won a few New Year's Six bowls with Kyle Whittingham, including that Fiesta Bowl, win over Pitt, and then they beat Alabama in the Sugar Bowl, I might add. Lost to Ohio State last year in the Rose Bowl, but here come the Utes. And as a Penn State fan, what the fuck is a Ute? But yeah, it's more red than it is white. But Nittany Nation travels extremely well. Both teams are on the road. Penn State traveled further, but here come the Nittany Lions. And when they won the Rose Bowl in 95, they were in their road whites. When they lost in 08, they're also wearing their road whites. They lost to USC again, wearing their home uniform. So, no in between. They've won and lost. But they'll fight on state today. Blue band in the Penn State sidelines on the near side towards the press box. Penn State's end zones to the left, Utah's end zones to the right. Got a blue and red background with white lettering. And then the patches, they kept it simple this year because they didn't have a sponsor up until just a few weeks ago. So it's a Rose Bowl game brought to you by Prudential. But players out for the coin toss. And we'll see how this game's going to start off. But yeah, Big 12 officials had an SEC along with a Big 12 and 2 Big 10 teams in the playoff this year. But heads I win, tails you lose, tails never fails. What are they going to call? And they're going to have the Tournament of Roses president. Of course, Rose Bowl Parade earlier today flipped the coin. And then the Grand Marshal as well. As he's taking a video on his phone. But there's the coin. Logos. So whatever comes up heads for Penn State is going to be the logo. Same for Utah. Tails as well. So whatever, logo comes up is who wins the toss. Flip it. Utah's won it. They defer. Penn State's getting the ball. Well, they're going to kick. They're going to kick that way. So Penn State's going to receive. Coming out of their end zone, going to the Utah band, and the whole entire far side of the stadium is filled in red. So Utah won the toss. The coin was the Penn State logo and Utah logo. Whatever came up was who won the toss. Utah, they defer. Penn State getting the ball, so they're going to have to start fast with a running game. Okay? Nothing stupid with penalties or turnovers either. But they're interviewing Kyle Whittingham along with James Franklin, but can barely hear him. So, yeah. Very loud, but what's new? A whiteout in the Rose Bowl as they tried to, keep the red out as much as they possibly could. Operation Visine from 20 years ago. What the fuck? So, yeah. Utah's on the kickoff. Penn State back deep to receive. Decent return would be nice, but nothing stupid. No turnovers. Don't shoot yourselves in the foot today. And Clifford, he's going to have to make plays in his final game as the Penn State starting quarterback. Utah kicks off, and we're underway. And we'll have a return from the 2-yard line. Nick Singleton now past the 20 to the 23, 4-yard line. So, 1st and 10. Penn State, they've battled injuries up front. We'll see who's on the offensive line. But Sean Clifford, as he's the career leader in completion percentage along with passing yards and touchdowns. A 6-year player. 4 as a starter. Playing his final game. They'll start out of the gun. Singleton to his left. Penn State, left to right across your television screen, already on a dial. No Parker Washington at receiver, as he's, of course, hurt, injured, done for the year, as declared for the NFL draft. But behind him, you have Mitchell Tinsley, along with Kendra Lambert-Smith and Harrison Wallace, to name a few. But, they faked the give to Singleton. Clifford on a keeper. Going to lose 3 yards back to the 20, so 2nd and long. But you got to get these tight ends involved, I might add, as well, with Strange and Theo Johnson. So 2nd and 13, Penn State from the 20. And we'll get into official pregame stats with how these teams have fared. But like I said, once again, they're more similar than they are different. They're going to run the ball down your throat. They're going to hope to stop it. They're going to hope to beat you with play action. So it's bending but not breaking on defense. 3rd and 7 after a 6-yard run up the middle. There's the in line. Get a 1st down. And they're going to have to play with the crowd noise. I mean, this is a strong Utah crowd, to say the least. I mean, last year it was all red or scarlet and gray with Ohio State and Utah on New Year's. Here we are a day later into 2023, and more red than white. Clifford looking to throw, going to step up and get sacked. Of course he does. 4th and long, and they'll punt. So here comes Barney. Son of a bitch. Minute and a half in, and you can't even go 5 yards. But credit to Utah's defense. Brought, for the most part, everybody. And Clifford with 2 tackles for loss, and I love you, you love me. We're one big happy family. Barney on to punt, and fair catch by Utah, 36. So 1st and 10 Utes from there. 12:52 to play in this opening quarter. We're tied at 0 with Penn State and Utah in the Rose Bowl. So once again, thanks for tuning in and watching. But Penn State not with a good start there by any means, to say the least. So Penn State coming out of their own end zone. Utah now coming out of their own end zone. Weather's never a factor in this game. It did rain the whole entire week for practice, as Penn State practiced at the LA Galaxy facility. But it's about what it is right now in Happy Valley. 50. It might rain later, but overcast, cloudy. Sunset should be nice later. So we'll see if they'll be in a groove or needing to get in one at that point in time, depending on what happens from now until then. But Utah with the give. They got a 2nd down coming up. So this Penn State defense led up front in the middle by P.J. Mustipher. A couple good backers in the middle. Joey Porter Jr. opted out, so not playing today at cornerback, as he was banged up towards the end of the year anyway. Did return for a game or 2, but then declared and opted out, so he's not playing. He's the lone Penn State opt-out today. That is not playing. Utah's without a running back and their starting tight end, I might add. Penn State tackle for loss there. 3rd and 8. They've had 7 straight games of at least 7 tackles for loss in each of those games. As, of course, James Franklin hired Manny Diaz to replace Brent Pry as the defense coordinator. 3rd and 8 for Utah. Cam Rising's pass incomplete. Good coverage by Johnny Dixon. And Utah will punt now to begin the game as well. So, honestly, it feels like it's going to be a low-scoring defense showdown. Utah is averaging 40 a game when Penn State's averaging 36, giving up 20 to 18 as well, respectively. But honestly, first maybe the 25-30 is going to win this game. And that's why I think special teams is going to be key. Take points while you can get them. Mitch Tinsley back deep to receive the punt. Of course, normally it's Parker Washington injured, but with that, he's done for the year. Declared as well. He's on the sideline. He's there in attendance, supporting the team. Penn State, wouldn't have been much of a difference, but rather have him start there than the goal line. You probably should have just let it bounce, down it. But it looked like he slipped. It'll be Penn State ball 1st and 10 inside the 10, so they got a ways to go to begin this next drive. But field position, time possession, I think is going to be key today too. Especially if you can, get out to a lead, have a running game, work some clock. We'll see what gives. So I'm sure something will, but it's the Rose Bowl. What more could you ask for? So we'll see what happens, but Penn State at 10-2. Wins over Ohio, Auburn, and Central Michigan in non-conference. And then in conference in the Big Ten, defeated Purdue, Northwestern, Minnesota, Indiana, Maryland, Rutgers, and Michigan State. Losses, as mentioned, were to Michigan and Ohio State in October, as both made the college football playoff this past weekend. But then lost. So a week from now in the national championship game, we'll have Georgia take on TCU. Utah at 10-3, won their conference in Pac-12, defeated USC not once but twice. as mentioned, and then USC just lost to Tulane in the Cotton Bowl as we kickstarted the live stream today for the game. So once again, thanks for tuning in and watching. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe to social media. Links in the description below. But then Utah also beat Southern Utah, San Diego State in non-conference action. And then in the Pac-12, Arizona State, Colorado, Oregon State, Stanford, Washington State, and then as mentioned, up until Tulane just beat USC for their third loss. USC's 2 losses were both to Utah. Utah lost to Florida. They already played at the Rose Bowl this year, mid-October. They played at UCLA and lost. They also lost against Oregon as well. As mentioned, Utah is playing in their 2nd consecutive Rose Bowl, whereas Penn State's in Pasadena for the first time in 6 years. 52nd overall bowl game in program history for the blue and white, compiling a record entering today of 30, 19, and 2. The 2 ties were way back in the day. And of course, Joe Pa, 409 forever. We are Penn State. He secured 24 wins in 37 appearances, which is still the most of any other college football coach in history. As Joe Pa and Bob Stoops, when he was at Oklahoma, they're the only 2 college football coaches ever to win all major bowl games in the New Year's Six, as they call it nowadays, from the orange to the peach to the sugar to the cotton to the fiesta and the rose. So we come back from break. It'll be Penn State 1st and 10. Got to get something going, man. But Penn State's 30 bowl wins. They rank 6th nationally all time and most of any Big Ten school. So looking to become the first Big Ten team to win in 2023. Big first down up the middle to Singleton out past the 25 to about the 27, 28 yard line. 1st and 10 for the blue and white. And now you got to keep it up. You got to keep pounding it. They go hurry up, and when they've gone hurry up this year, they've had some success. They, seemingly at times better at doing just that and trying to catch defense off guard and running again there, but no gain on the play. So now they'll slow down 2nd and 10, but just nothing stupid. No penalties, no turnovers. I don't care how the hell you get your points. You, of course, can't settle for 3 all the time. You can't make a habit out of it, but you got to score, okay? So 2nd and 10. Almost got him to jump off sides there with the hard count on the clap, as they don't snap it, but now they will with 8 seconds to go on the play clock. Handoff again to Singleton. And as mentioned, he needs 59 yards rushing today for 1,000. The fat man in K-Tron needs $130, also for 1,000. But I mean, hell, Singleton on that 15-yard run. Another 5-yard run there. He's about halfway there. So, empty set, living on a prayer with 10 to play in the first. They'll motion Singleton back into the backfield now. So 3rd and 5, Penn State. And Tinsley now got a motion far side. Trips in a bunch top of your screen. Clifford looking that way. Pump fakes over the middle. It's caught, right? The marker. Are they going to give him forward progress? Maybe. He's going to be about a half-yard short, it looks like. Yeah. He's short. Bring Chengang out for measurement. Or do they signal 1st down? They're saying 4th down, 4th and inches. So which is it? They're going to punt. Which, yeah, you punt. It's early. You play field position. So Barney on to hopefully boom it away again. He's had a damn good year. So they will punt, and it'll go out of bounds. We'll see where they spot it at, but around the 15 potentially, 20-yard line. Still going. 21-yard line, it looks like, for Utah, 1st and 10. When we come back with about 9 minutes to play in the first quarter, still tied at 0. Penn State with 2 punts, Utah the punt, Utah getting the ball back. So, yeah, just slow and steady, I guess, wins the race here. Explosive play or 2 honestly could win this game, though. Could be the difference when it's all said and done. So, we'll see how it shakes out. But, Yeah, Utah played in the Rose Bowl last year. They lost to Ohio State. Penn State played in the Rose Bowl, as mentioned once again, 100 years ago. Yesterday, lost to USC. The Nitwits are 1-3 all time. Lost to USC in 22-23, beat Oregon 94-95, lost to USC again in 08-09, then 16-17. And 28 years ago to the day today was when they beat the Ducks. Also beat the Webfoots in a different bowl game throughout history as well, I might add. But that was Penn State's only Rose Bowl win. As on the opening play of the game for the blue and white, Kajana went the distance and then had a few missed kicks in that game as well. But Penn State ended up winning the game, and after two national championships in the 80s, in 82 and 86, which also on this very day, January the 2nd, 1987, at the end of the 86 year, was last time Penn State won a national championship in football. So it's, been a good while, almost 40 years, as it's actually been 40 years this year in 2022 since they won their first, 86 to 2026, 27, 35, 40 years. But yeah, people give Franklin shit, myself included. Joe had good teams throughout the late 60s and the whole entire 70s, but they never won a national title until 82 and then 86. So he would have been head coach for a good 15, almost 20 years before that happened. And then Penn State didn't get back to the Rose Bowl in 94. Of course, they didn't join the Big Ten until 93. And they had one Rose Bowl appearance 100 years ago from now. Then when they lost USC once again, as mentioned. But, Franklin now in his second Rose Bowl appearance lost his first, as Joe went 1-1 in Rose Bowls, I might add. Of course, beat Oregon and lost USC in 08. And, the 94 team, the 05 team that won the Orange Bowl, the 08 team that went and lost USC in the Rose Bowl, a couple seconds. Game-winning touchdowns and field goals, Penn State very well could have been the national title once again. I mean, hell, in 94 they were undefeated and very well could have been national champs, but they said a different game was more worthy, but that's neither here nor there. But now, Utah first and 10 at the 20-yard line after the punt by Penn State. Rising, going to roll out far side, pass is caught, first down. Utah, as Jair Brown makes the tackle, as that is caught by number 10, Money Parks. So, ching, and they get a first down. But, defense just has to stand their ground. They've given up points, no doubt about it, this year. And their two losses, no doubt about it, are tough losses, but if any of the two teams want to lose to this year, no doubt about it, would have been Michigan and Ohio State because they both made the playoff. Both lost, yes, but, a couple yards there to the 38, be second down and about 4 with 8-1-4 and counting to play in this opening quarter for Utah, 0-0. As mentioned, Utah is out with their starting running back and Tavion Thomas. Dalton Kincaid opted out at tight end as well. So Cam Rising at quarterback. You got Micah Bernard on that give there. Money Parks had the reception. A few other playmakers I might add, but Penn State's defense just make stops. 2nd and 5. Handoff up the middle, and then Elsden along with Blake, potentially Kobe King, 41 on the tackle. As Penn State at linebacker, Curtis Jacobs, as Jalen Reed missed a tackle. It was Chop Robinson, 44, along with Elsden, 43, that made the stop. Chop's a D-end alongside Adisa Isaac. They run another end around near side, and they're getting bit by that early. That's a hold. Jair Brown trips them up. But Penn State defensively in the middle, it's P.J. Mustipher. On On the edge is, yeah, that's where Penn State's getting beat at right now. Adisa Isaac, Tarburton, Chop Robinson as well, and we'll see how much DDS denied as Sutton plays this afternoon. Your middle backers, yeah, it's Jacobs, Elsden, but then, of course, as Abdul Carter's come on the scene, wearing that number 11 for LBU. They get a first down run there. No Joey Porter, injured, declared, opted out, so not playing. But at corner, you still have, well, on the back end at safety, Jair Brown, who's made some stops. But Johnny Dixon had the bat down on the opening drive. He's in coverage near side. You got Kalen King, Kobe's twin brother, on the opposite side. He got a late whistle and a first penalty. Well, a false start by Utah. 5 yards, they'll replay the down. First and 15 with 6:03 to play in this first quarter. So players bumping into refs, but you zoom out on the shot. Brand new field for this game, as always. Yeah, Penn State seemingly has their little section on the far side because everything else is red. There's some white scattered on the left side, on the press box side as well, throughout the red. There's the Utah mascot, the Eagle. First and 15, Utah from the 45, and Tarburton brings him down right away. So big stop there, second and long. Missing production for Utah. Okay, they got a defensive player I might add who's out as well. But that's the thing with opting out. It's like you can't stick it out for one more game. You know, you played all year, but no, you want to rest now. You're ready for the NFL. Like, this doesn't make any sense, but it's just how it is. Second and 13, deep ball far side, a little too much. Kalen King picks it off. Penn State first and 10 at the 15. 4:58 to play in the first. As he blows some kisses. And just a little too much on the throw, and he made a good read on it and went up and came down with it. So give me a PSU going into break. PSU. So let's go PSU. Third drive, third time might be a charm. They got to get something going. You know, we're tied at 0. Utah had a good drive going there, and then they turned it over. So now can they capitalize off the turnover? Okay. Penn State, I might add, off of turnovers this year. They have scored 104 points. Okay. 104 points for the blue and white defense this year. Off turnovers, whether that be touchdowns, field goals, it all adds up at the end of the day. They're 10-2. Can they capitalize now? Okay, can they add to that? I mean, you do the math. You divide 104 and 12 for the 12 games. You get about 8. So that's a touchdown a game. That's big, especially in one-score games. So they get a turnover here early. Can they capitalize? That's the big question. Can they continue to run the football? Can they go deep themselves? Can they not turn it over, though? I mean, yeah, it sucked losing Parker Washington, but they have the depth at receiver. Tinsley, along with Keandre Lambert-Smith and Harrison Wallace III. Omari Evans is somebody who's really stepped up this season. True freshman from Tulane, Texas. And then after him, I mean, you have Malik Mega still playing on special teams. Liam Clifford, Sean's little brother, the little red dog, has played a little bit late this year as well. But that's why you got to get these tight ends involved. You have 3 of them who have, got your production this season. From Brenton Strange to Theo Johnson to Tyler Warren. Okay? Get them the ball. But you also got to run the football, and they went 2 drives with carries to Nick Singleton. When we come back, we'll see if it's still 10 or if they're going to go to the fat man and Katron out, because they either do 1 series, and then rotate from there, or 2 and 2, and then rotate from there. So sometimes they'll both be in on the same play. It just depends on the scheme, depends on the play call. No, they got to get points off this turnover now. I don't care if it's a field goal, let alone a touchdown. You got to get points off this. Okay, they got a ways to go. I mean, opening drive to start at the 25-yard line. Second drive right inside the 10. Now at the 15, 1st and 10. And they show off the weather. Yeah, it's cloudy. And yeah, might rain as mentioned, as it's been raining in Happy Valley here past couple days, and it's going to rain this week too. But 1st and 10. Clifford hands off, and so they do work 2-2 as the fat man's now in the ball game, tailback. So hand off to him, no gain, unfortunately, though, on the play. 2nd and 10 for Penn State. 4-4-4 and counting to play in this opening quarter. I mean, it might just be one of those games. I mean, until something, gives, until they get some momentum and rhythm build up, and then, get a spark off of that, you might just be playing field position. But you can't put yourself in a hole. You can't. 2nd and 10. Clifford going to fake the give, come back on a screen. Got a couple blockers, and okay, he gets about 5, maybe 6 yards. Be 3rd and manageable. Just get a first down. Fake the give, roll out, and then come back on the screen far side. And then he's got a little bit of a convoy blocking for him. But 3rd and 3 now for Penn State, empty set. Quarterback draw, maybe. They'll bring Allen back in the block. Clifford looking to throw over the middle, caught Tyler Warren to the 40, 1st and 10, Penn State. You got to continue to build off this, man. You got to drive and score. They go hurry up. 1st and 10 at the 40. Maybe some movement up front. They let it slide. Going deep far side. Clifford intended for Tinsley, incomplete. Of course, transferred in from Western Kentucky. This will be his lone season in the blue and white as a graduate transfer. So wish him well. But, yeah, nice catch by Warren. 2nd and 10. So I said, you got to get these tight ends involved. Penn State's tight ends this year, 13 touchdowns, 2nd in the country. Which, with the running game returning this year, along with finally getting the tight ends involved again, I mean, by God, that's why it's been frustrating the past couple years. They break the tackle, Katron, far side, out past midfield, into Utah territory, down at the 43-yard line. 1st and 10, Penn State again. So they're about ready to start knocking on the door. Anybody home? We'll see. I almost fumbled it. But they go hurry up again, out of the gun. Clifford, hands off again, fat man. And, well, all right, slow it down. He gets back to the line of scrimmage, no game of the play. But, if you have to settle for 3, okay, there's Jake Pinniger for you. He's had his ups and downs, but with 1 made field goal today, would have 50 in his career. As he's been around the block a time or two, to say the least. But 2nd and 10, Penn State. Trying to get him to jump off sides. They got all the day on the play clock. All the time in the world. Now you don't. 5 seconds. All right, they get it off. Clifford fakes the give, going to roll out. And a little dump off again to the fat man, and he gets 3, maybe 4. So 3rd and medium again. So just as long as you keep giving yourself a chance, that's all I'm asking. Keep moving forward rather than backwards or side to side. Enough this east-west bullshit. Go fucking north-south. 3rd and 7. I gave him 3 yards, so 3rd and 7 to 41. If you, come up short, maybe they go for it. You can kick a long field goal. Be, 50, 53. Singleton back in the ball game, going to motion in the backfield. Clifford up under center for the time being. 7 seconds. Got to go. Motion man and Tinsley. 3, 2, 1. They get it off. Clifford looking to throw down the middle. Caught. Theo Johnson inside the 15, down at the 12. 1st and 10, Penn State. So back to the tight end they go. Another Penn State first down. Now you got to punch it in. You can't settle for 3. You got to score. You got to take 6, make it 7 points off the interception. You gotta capitalize. They go hurry up again. Penn State in the red zone. 1st and 10 and 13. They jumped off sides. Got a free play. Going deep in the end zone. Incomplete. Intended for Harrison Wallace, but a free 5 yards on the offside. Be 1st and 5 now. Penn State at the 8-yard line. They'll still have, be half the distance. Be 1st and goal. Still have a couple shots to punch it in here. So offside on Utah. Run it. Get back to the run game. Be 1st and 5, Penn State at the 8. Okay. So they still got 8 shots to punch it in here. And if they can't with 8 yards to go, I mean, that's a problem. That's one yard of play. Handoff. Allen. And he'll lose a yard, so 2nd down. 2nd and 6. About 1:20 to play here in the quarter. You got to score. Clifford looking to throw into the end zone. That's pass interference. Where's the flag? Thank you. Intended for Keandre Lambert-Smith. Ball should be spotted at the 2 since it occurred in the end zone. Be 1st and goal, Penn State. So punch this sucker in. Let's go. If he would have turned around, it'd probably be a good no call, but he never played the ball. You play the receiver, they're throwing the foul on you every fucking time. 2 fouls, they can offset. Got a hold, of course, on Penn State, so they will offset them in a pass interference on Utah. So they'll replay the down and be 2nd and 6 of the 8. God damn it. Who the fuck was the hold on? Yeah, that's a pass interference. Where's the hold at? I don't see no holding out front, but all right, whatever, if you say so. So 2nd and 6, Penn State, back at the 8. He's wide open. Jesus Christ. Yeah, he snapped the ball. Nobody was covering him. He'd walk in. Lambert-Smith going to motion over that way. They run a bubble screen, and it's caught. He's got a block, and he'll get a couple yards. They got a 3rd and 2. And they'll have to snap it at least once more here before the end of the quarter. They will. There's about a 8-second differential between the game clock and play clock. And then, if they don't punch it in here, you're going to have a decision to make to begin the second quarter, whether you go for it on 4th and short, but could have also a 1st and goal. Utah are running players off, and here's the old school wing T. They love to run this. And if you watch film, you should know which way it's going. They'll hand off near side. They got a block. Singleton in the end zone. Touchdown, Penn State. And they strike first with 7 seconds to play in the quarter. So they get a 7 off the pick, and from 5 yards out, Singleton for 6, and we are Penn State. Extra point by Penninger. And see a replay, yeah. Katron and Strange on the blocks. But they struck the line. And they will fight on State. The extra point's up and good. 7-0 blue and white. Yeah, so, all right. Singleton with a rushing touchdown. We'll get some stats and scores in a minute. Hell, he should be close to 1,000 if he hasn't broke it already. 5 yards there, like I said. Had what he had earlier, so if he doesn't, should get it today, you'd have to think. And as both him and the Fat Man are both true freshmen, they broke a Big Ten record, became the first running back duo with at least 800 all-purpose yards apiece this year in 2022. As Singleton's Gatorade National Player of the Year from the state of Pennsylvania here, the Fat Man from 757, but he played his high school ball down in Sunshine State in Florida at IMG. But it starts up front. You got to be able to block the run. And thank God they finally found a running game again this year, because it's been a while. You got to go back to the Cotton Bowl that they won in 19. Because 2020, after an 0-5 start, finished 4-5, and then a 5-0 start before a collapse of losing 6 of 8 and a 7-6 finish, and then another 5-0 start again this year. Lost, and then 1 out, and now here we are today. They're 10-2 this year because they have a running game. Okay, plain and simple. And this defense is stout, to say the least. They are a top-notch group, stellar, stout. You know, blue collars, the blue and white get. You know, Manny Diaz, you know, the time being going to be staying put, it seems like, because everything else in the coaching carousel for head coaching opportunities, you know, been filled unless something, you know, surprisingly opens. But, yeah, they've had a phenomenal season running the football and making stops on defense. That's what coming into the year. Honestly, at times, just didn't know what Penn State team was going to show up. But with the potential, that's the thing I've been saying all year, if they can put it together, watch the hell out. But more so than not, you know, with the running game, but then defense, because, you know, okay, from one defense coordinator to another, it feels like everything's the same. They just, you know, yeah, change up a little bit here and there with who they have. And, I mean, you play with who you have because they've recruited damn well, and going to have another, you know, top 10 recruiting class coming in, as early signing day was a couple weeks ago. The old school signing day, still the first Wednesday in February. And then, of course, you have the transfer portal nowadays. But another replay of the touchdown. Yeah, this is something Penn State would have ran 100 years ago in the Rose Bowl. But, yeah, just it starts up front, give it a block, and he hit the hole and went and pounded his way into the end zone for 6. And now Singleton with 11 rushing touchdowns, which is a Penn State freshman record. And that's the thing. At least under Joe, and even from O'Brien to Franklin. But more so not back in the day. Unless you were damn good, you weren't playing as a true freshman. Plain and simple, end of story. You just weren't. You're going to redshirt. You're going to wait. But they have a 1-2 punch at tailback. And neither complaining that, hey, I'm not getting enough carries. I'm not getting enough, you know, whatever. Touches in general, because they work them out of the backfield in the screen game as well, as we've seen already today. But and the offensive line this year, compared to where they've been, you know, damn good. Missed tackles there by Amin Vanover and Curtis Jacobs, where they do finally bring them down during the quarter. So at the end of 1 in the Rose Bowl, Penn State leads Utah 7-0 with a rushing touchdown from 5 yards out by number 10 Nick Singleton for 6, make it 7 extra point up with good. So 7-0 blue and white. And we'll get back to the action momentarily. They'll flip ends, and Utah going to go into their end zone. Penn State going to go into theirs. Penn State, I might add, is 6-0 when they lead at halftime, and also 9-0 when they lead at the end of the third quarter. So we'll have to see if they're on top 15 and 30 minutes from now in football time. But it's good to have an early lead. You can't settle, though, and act like it's enough. You got to continue to make stops. You got to continue to score points. You got to continue to move forward, okay? There's no other way to say it. So, we'll see if they can make some more stops here, get the ball back, potentially score again. But not necessarily a good start, but then they capitalize off the turnover. So make that, 111 points now off of turnovers for this Penn State defense now this year? So that's pretty impressive. That is. Just put the pressure on them, not yourself. Because if you're doing that, you're making matters worse. You're just going to, at the end of the day, kick yourself, shoot yourselves in the foot probably one way or another, which hopefully they don't do. But no, yeah, 7-0 at the end of one. Sean Clifford, along with Cam Rising, Nick Singleton, and the fat man, Katron Allen. As I might add, Utah has been the favorite since this game was announced about a month ago. Over-under set at 54 today, but the line past few days has flipped. Penn State's now the favorite by about a point or two, which honestly at that point is a pick 'em. That's how, across the board, tight these teams are. Okay? Once again, they're more similar than they are different. Sean Clifford at the end of one, 6 of 7, 61 yards. 28 to Theo Johnson, 15 to Tyler Warren, 10 to the fat man, and then 4 to his two receivers in Tinsley and Lambert Smith. But Nick Singleton has 5 carries, 33 yards rushing and touchdown, and fat man 4-15 on the ground. So back to start quarter 2. 15 minutes just absolutely flew by. As both teams once again search for their 11th victory of the season. 2nd and 7, Utah, fake the give on play action, going far side. It's incomplete. Good coverage by Johnny Dixon again. They're going to get a flag. Unless he held him before the pass was thrown. I mean, I'd be picking that up. They say pass interference on Penn State. It'd be a spot foul, first down for Utah. Let's see a replay of that. Well, all right, yeah. Probably a good call. So 1st and 10, Utah. From the 41, 1st and 10. After the spot foul, PI. High snap, gets it down, pass caught far side, and be 2nd and about 3 for Utah. As Cam Rising, before, those couple passes, 2 of 4, 11 yards in the interception. And they don't have a running game compared to Penn State here early. So 2nd and 3 from the 48. Bubble screen caught, stumbles, and they bring him down. Jonathan Sutherland, number 0, the first ever number 0 in Penn State history, makes the tackle. Be 3rd and 3 again. So 3rd and 2, they say, and they do give him a yard on that. Hand off, but Penn State stuffs him. They'll get maybe a yard, but not going to get the first down. No chance. 4th and short. So do they go for it? You're right around midfield. Do you take a shot? Catch him off guard? I mean, you'd want to get a first down first off and then go deep. They already went deep, though, and then it was picked off. Utah's offense, for the time being, going to stay out there. So Penn State defensively, whatever you do, don't jump off sides and just make a stop. Get the ball back with good field and then hope to score again. Capitalize off of technically another turnover. Be turnover on downs, but out of the gun, 4th and a yard, and a quarterback keeper, and they'll get it. Keaton Ellis with Dixon and Kobe King on the tackle. It looks like Johnny Dixon's down, injured. Yeah, just a simple quarterback draw and get the first down. And an injured new lines, Johnny Dixon, number 3. Transfer from South Carolina. And now the refs are trying to break it up, which there's not really, that big of a fight or a scuffle anyways. Just players getting tangled. He's going to walk off, but he's holding his right arm. So, if I'd have to guess, it might be a shoulder injury. Penn State talking with the refs. Like, hey, they're holding us up front. Call it. Like, and we didn't do anything there. They're the one who started it, so. But they always, of course, get whoever retaliates. But 1st and 10. Of course, you just want to have that good connection with the refs if you can. You want them on your side. Very loud, let's go Utah chant, but Penn State defensively, come on, just stop. And, Penn State jumps off sides. Be 1st and 5 for the Utes. Nothing stupid. That's 2 defensive penalties on this drive alone. Unless they say false start. Yeah, there's some trash talk going on now. Offside on PJ Mustafer. Hey, play through it. Forget it. Just move on. Yeah. Just make stops. Shut them up. 1st and 5 from the 42. Out of the gun. Cam Rising going to hand off. And be 2nd and about a yard, maybe 2. Some more pushing and shoving. Refs trying to get them separated. So, yeah, the refs need to get this game under fucking control. Like, what the hell? Yeah, they're exactly. Which, sometimes, doesn't end well. But 2nd and a yard here. They'll break the huddle, but then the refs are huddling up. They'll have to reset the play clock here. Because that should be a delayed game, but the refs are taking a little bit of a break. They reset the play clock. 2nd and 1 for Utah. What the fuck? Why the hell was Utah running over to Penn State's bench? Did he want his fucking towel back? And they took it and threw it, so he's not getting it back? All right, whatever. 2nd and 1. Players are pissed off. You got to, take that anger out some way and I'll fucking hit somebody then. It is getting chippy. So, a mouthpiece to a towel. Penn State playing mind games, I guess. 1st and 10. They get to him, but he avoids the sack. He's going to step up and run slide. Be 2nd and short again for Utah. They're in field goal range. They're about 10 and change to play in the half. 7-0 Penn State. from the 26 out of the pistol, 2nd and 4, they say. Where we slid at. Handoff and first down. And Johnny Dixon's back out there. But then 2 just took a number 2 on the Penn State D and got a first down. And hit the hole and went. Once again, it starts up front. You got to be able to run the football. But you got to be able to block the run first off. So, and both teams can do just that. Once again, like I said, we'll get more into the fine details of all that in a minute. But 1st and 10, Utah here. Going to look to tie this game up. If not, cut the lead and have a field goal. Handoff again. Why not run it? Carter on the tackle with Carter Burton and Elsden. 2nd down. Come on, Blue. There's LeVar. Yeah, he was the first to wear the number 11. And then you go from him to Navarro Bowman, Micah Parsons, and now Abdul Carter rising on another run as he'll rise 7, be 3rd and about a half a yard, 3rd and short. And LeVar's in his own backyard here tonight. Newly enshrined College Football Hall of Famer, so congrats to him. We'll see if Penn State can leap over the rising of Utah and make a stop here. 3rd and short. And out of the eye, they'll sneak it. They'll get the first down. 1st and goal, Utah at the 1. And now Penn State getting into, it's getting, chippy, pushing and shoving. They're just trying to, help out players, pick them up. That's what Herbie just said, and he's right. Like, unless the refs get this game under control, these players are going to take it in their own hands, and it'll get bad. Especially if it's bad right now with 8-1-4 and counting the play in the half. I mean, we're still got another half to play. Out of the eye again. 1st and goal, Utah from the 1. And they'll get the snap, fake the give. Carter turn around. It's incomplete. No. He did not control that going down. That ball popped out, it looked like. But Yasmin with a 1-yard receiving touchdown. Simple play action. I said turn around. I don't think he caught it. I don't. See a replay here. He caught it. Okay, in. Then as he goes down. Well, did come out late, but they might say, he already had enough control and possession as he went down and out. Anyway. Take a look at it here. As Utah just took up half the quarter and went the distance and scored. Penn State going to take a timeout. All right, yeah. Look at the touchdown. Can you review it? You review everything else. Think about it and then tell us something good. The ball came out right there. It was right at the tail end, but the thing is, they said touchdown on the field, so it'll probably stand. Of course, they have to find an inspector video to return it. They're going to look at it, looks like. They're going to take a commercial break. Penn State timeout. If it's not a touchdown, it's still 2nd and goal, Utah at the 1. They'll still probably end up punching it in. But then maybe you get a stop. Maybe this is a big play here or a big sequence. Thing is, it's a touchdown on the field. It's probably going to stand. It'll be touchdown Utah. Extra point to come. Be 7-7. Penn State getting the ball back. 2 timeouts. 7 and change to play in the half. Be a big drive because Utah is going to get the ball to begin the second half because remember they won the coin toss and deferred. Penn State received 2 punts and then they scored. So I'll leave it at that. We'll see what the call is when we return, but it's a touchdown in the meantime on the field. Utah's an extra point away from a tie game. If they overturn it, still be 7-0, but they'll have a second goal at the one. Like I said, they'll probably still punch it in. But maybe they get a stop. Maybe they force a field goal, for all we know. Maybe they get a turnover and then have to go, the distance, get some breathing room to start off. But big play here, but then a big drive coming up for Penn State once they do get the ball back. So, yeah, leave it at that. But as mentioned, Penn State's 1-3 all time in the Rose Bowl. Haven't won since '95 when they beat Oregon. When they play anyone other than USC, they've won the Rose Bowl, and it was Oregon. They lost to USC the other 3 times. And they're 5-5, I might add, all time on Monday bowl games, as this is the final bowl game of the bowl season before the national championship game next week. A 5 Eastern kick, 2 local out in Cali. But overall, once again, it's the Rose Bowl, for God's sakes. So at the end of the day, someone's got to give. We'll see what does, but these teams have a lot to play for, no doubt about it. As once again, both teams are more similar than they are different. Like I said, Utah, with a Penn State comparison, it's Iowa. It is. It starts up front with the blocking, run the ball, and then they're going to run play action off you, and they're going to have a damn good defense. Kyle Whittingham in Utah, no doubt about it. Team I've grown to like and respect through the years. They've done a damn good job in Salt Lake City. And as the touchdown stands, it's confirmed. So extra point here and make it a 7-7 ball game with 7:55 to play in the half. They're honestly, one of the most underrated programs in Division I. From until they joined the Pac-12, they would have been a non-Power 5 out in the Mountain West in the WAC. And I've said with realignment again that Utah potentially could be a team the Big Ten could look at, because they're right there in between. If you get USC and UCLA, which they are, Colorado is another option right there. Former Big 12, now Pac-12. Might be going back to the Big 12 for all we know. Probably going to stay. But, with the Big 10 format as it is, if you get Notre Dame, okay, there's that, but that probably ain't going to happen. But if you go up the coast, USC, UCLA, and LA, you get Stanford, you get Oregon, you get Washington potentially, and then there's Utah, right in Salt Lake. Okay? Rivals with Brigham Young. They don't like playing cats, as that war between the Utes and the Cougs, well, now we've got Utes and Nittany Lions, which to Utah fans who don't know what Nittany Lion is, all it is a fucking mountain lion, okay? But touchdown at 7-7. But yeah, the comparison is Iowa. It is. And we know how Penn State Iowa games normally go. So that's what I said. Should be a good one at that with Penn State and Utah today in a first ever meeting. Just as mentioned, expecting a close, hard-fought game. Down the wire, one in the fourth quarter. And both teams are pretty even across the board. Utah is averaging 40 a game to Penn State's 36. They're now tied at 7. But like I said, honestly, first to 25-30 might win this game. As Utah's defense is only allowing 20 a game. Penn State's defense 18 a game. So honestly, expect a one-score game. And that's what the turnover with the interception leading to points. Penn State, the points off turnovers this year. That was big. To strike first, give a touchdown there. You're tied now, but you're getting the ball back. Now big drive before halftime because Utah's going to get the ball back to begin the second half. And coming up at halftime, we'll have first half stats and scores, and we'll recap the whole entire bowl season. But Both teams have similar passing attacks, along with running games, with Sean Clifford and Cam Rising to Nick Singleton and Katron Allen, and we'll see who is in tailback for Penn State on this next drive, as there is the Rose Bowl trophy on the sideline. Penn State getting the ball back here. You know, once again, they seemingly worked 2 series apiece. It was 2 by Singleton, 1 there by the Fat Man, but Singleton came in as well. They scored. Utah just took up half the quarter and scored. So Penn State defense was out there a bunch. Offense should be rested up. Should be able to drive and get some points. I'll take a field goal before halftime. I'd like a touchdown as well. But as Utah kicks off, and a return from the 1, Katron to the 30. Be 1st and 10, Penn State from there. So, you know, they finally got back to the run game this year. They, Penn State with Singleton and the Fat Man, once again, as Singleton needs 59 and Allen needs 130 for 1,000. First duo in Big Ten football history to have a piece 800-plus all-purpose yards in their freshman season. 1st and 10, Penn State from the 30. Fake the give. It's Fat Man. Rolls out. Clifford gonna throw it away out of bounds, incomplete. So 2nd and 10. But you know, hey, back to, you know, square one here, tied up. Keep it simple, balance and consistency. Run the football. Take what the defense gives you. I mean, he rolled out there, good coverage, and, you know, throw away. But when the thing is, when Penn State can run the football, this offense clicks. Now, when they're not, that's a different story. But, you know, Sean Clifford can still make plays if need be, and they have the weapons to get the ball to. Handoff, and 3, maybe 4 yards on the run. So 3rd down, Penn State here, late whistle. See if they draw up here. But a big 3rd down. See if they can convert, or if not, and they'll have to punt, and then Utah gets the ball back, and then, you know, they could double up 2 for 1 potentially, take up some more time, score, get the ball back in the second half, then Penn State's in trouble. 3rd and 8, empty set. And Clifford getting pressured, rolls out, downfield, caught. 1st down, Penn State. Lambert Smith inside the 40. And they'll go hurry up. Now run the ball. Or watch them run a bubble screen far side. Nobody's fucking covering them. There's fucking 10 yards of space. Get them the ball. Clifford steps up, rolls out. Complete to Allen. He gets to the 30. They'll wind the clock. Be 2nd down and medium. But, oh yeah, he was wide open the whole entire play. He could have got it to him before he scrambled, but then he rolled out, and then he was even more open. So they got him the ball on 1st down, and keep it up. You got to keep going. So they slow it down here, but 2nd and 5, run the ball. 2nd and 4, run the ball. Clifford will fake the give over the middle, caught inside the 20. Harrison Wallace down inside the 10. 1st and goal, Penn State at the 9. Knocking on the door again. Got to punch it in. You got to score again. No field goal. You got to score a touchdown. Can't settle for 3. He looked his way the whole entire play. Utah almost jumped. So 1st and goal at the 10, they say. As they look to the near sideline. 1st and goal, blue and white from the 10. Come, boys. Punch it in. Clifford gets the snap. Over the middle, caught, touchdown, Penn State. Back to a receiver, number 5, Mitchell Tinsley. And here comes Pinniger again for another extra point. So 2 touchdowns in the red zone, 1 off a turnover. That one right there, and yeah, strike up the band. A little turn on a bubble screen, and then he kept running. Yeah. And he had a tight end coming over the middle on the far side, too. He could have hit. So a rushing touchdown, a passing touchdown, maybe a defense, special teams touchdown still to come for Penn State. Extra point up and good, 14-7 with 4:47 to play in the half. Keep it up. Defense needs to continue to make stops. But we are Penn State. Clifford now. As Penn State, honestly, offensively here, they aren't yet clicking on all cylinders, but compared to Utah's offense, I get they drove and scored as well. Looking like 2 totally, different teams, which they are, but Penn State just offensively here, just, man. Something about 22. And 20 years of Penn State football for myself this year. Man. They finally got back to the run game this year. Passing wise, I mean, Clifford's broke every record in the book. And the defense is still Penn State defense, so they're averaging 36, as mentioned, only giving up 18, so, split that. Same thing with Utah, 40-20. But that was a big touchdown right there. That was. So I said it was going to be a big drive after giving up a touchdown to let them tie it up. It's going to be a big drive, and they drove and scored. A couple big pass plays. So they, honestly, hey, need them to do this, need them to do that. Shouldn't be that much to ask. At times this year, yeah, coulda, woulda, shoulda. Might have been a little too much to ask. Past couple years for sure. But that's what I said. When they can run the football, they click. When they can, do what they just did there as well, they said they're not yet, but they're starting to on all cylinders. They are, working the sticks, which, they've finally figured that out. They finally figured out, hey, take what the defense gives you. But the thing is, it starts up front. This offensive line has gotten shit on so much. And this year, they've looked, at times, okay, so-so. But it starts up front. You got to be able to block to run, but block to protect. He's had time to throw, and if not, he's rolling out. But yeah, Wallace on a fucking bubble screen, and then he kept running a slant, and Tinsley in the end zone caught touchdown Penn State. So a rushing touchdown from 10 yards, or 5 yards, and then passing touchdown there from 10 yards. And Clifford's now responsible for 100 touchdowns, which is the most in Penn State football history, surpassing Trace McSorley. 85 passing and 15 rushing. As for whatever reason, there's still people outside, not inside, watching the game. Unless there's a rule, which at Penn State, I don't know how about Utah by any means, at Rice Eccles. But, you can't leave once you go in and expect to get back in. If you leave, you're out for the rest of the game. There's no re-entry. I don't know about the Rose Bowl. You can just come and go as you please. Unless those people are still just, hanging out. Outside, not even tailgating. They're just standing there. But First down, Utah. Handoff there. No gain on the play. Carter on the stop. It'll be 2nd and 10 Utah from the 25-yard line. Maybe they get the ball back here again even before half. Got 2 timeouts. About 4:09 to play. 2nd and 10 Utah. And Rising steps up. Slanter in the middle. Caught and then dropped. Incomplete. And good to see Johnny Dixon back out there. So he's holding his right arm, thinking, okay, maybe a shoulder injury. If so, maybe they popped it back into place for him. Maybe he just went numb real quick, got the wind knocked out of him, and until he came to. He's played well today already. He has. He's been the one defensive player for Penn State that I think I've said his name the most, other than Abdul Carter. Jair Brown's, another quiet game here early. Pressure rising, deep ball far side. And it'll be caught because of a slipped missed coverage by Marquise Wilson. And what could have been an incomplete pass, a little interception. And yeah, he just read it wrong and slipped and fell down, and they caught it. And Rising, number 7, complete to number 17 for Utah, and receiver Devon Vele. And it's 1st and 10 inside the 30. They'll run the ball here. Money in motion now. They'll roll out and I'll dump off on a screen, but incomplete. Yeah, so Cam Rising's the quarterback. They did have Tavion Thomas and Dalton Kincaid at running back and tight end, but they've both opted out. So it's Micah Bernard, Jaquindon Jackson, and Jalen Glover at tailback, and receiver Devon Vele, Money Parks, and Jalen Dixon. Tight end, of course, Thomas Yasmin had the touchdown, and then there's also Brant Queeth as well. But 2nd and 10, yeah, Utah from the 28. They're on an option far side. And going to be right there at the marker, about a half yard short in 3rd and 1. 3-1-3 and counting to play in the half. Utah going to look to tie this up and then get the ball back to begin the second half. Penn State might be in trouble early, mid-3rd quarter potentially. They can't make some stops here on defense. And remember, that was what, a 3rd and long they gave a pass like that? 3rd and 1 now for Utah out of the eye. A little audible. Motion some players around. Yeah, I don't know why the fuck Marquise Wilson's in anyway. Handoff and Utah touchdown. So they have a passing touchdown now, a rushing touchdown themselves, just like Penn State. Yeah, Marquise Wilson's been the one guy for Penn State past couple years that they've had him line up at receiver, at DB in the return game, but just that another bad defensive drive by the Penn State defense. So they're bending. Hopefully they don't break late. But 14-all. The good thing about it is Penn State's going to get the ball back here. 2:38 to play in half, and they still got 2 timeouts. So they got to score some more points before halftime, because if they don't, and then Utah does early 3rd quarters, they're going to get the ball to begin the second half. And then Penn State doesn't do anything until late 3rd, early 4th quarter. Like, they might be in trouble. So 14-all, back and forth game now. You got to capitalize. You got to continue to build off the momentum and rhythm that, it's just trading back and forth with these two offenses, and hope to continue to drive and score. You got to get points. They scored 2 touchdowns. They haven't had settled for 3 yet, which, okay, is a good thing. But if they have to, okay, so be it. Just hopefully Penninger's on his game today. Because once again, he's had his ups and downs through his career. He's missed a lot of kicks he should have made. But then he's also made a few kicks, especially this year from 50 plus, that, like, how the hell did he do that? Well, he made it. Okay, it's 3 points and we move on. But Another big drive for Penn State coming up offensively. Up 7-0. Tied it up at 7. Score again, you're up another 7, 14-7. You let them score again, so 14-all. But thing is, you got time and timeouts. You've been able to move the ball and score. Hopefully, should be able to do the same here. So, we'll see if we can or not. But 14-all, 2:38 to play in the half. Penn State getting the ball back with 2 timeouts. Hoping to score again before halftime because Utah is getting the ball to begin the second half. Once again, as mentioned, as it's starting to heat up, I think it eventually is going to cool back down. It'll simmer here before too long. Still potentially first 25-30 wins this game. Even though both teams are, averaging another, 2 scores more than that. But, yeah, both teams have similar passing attacks. Finally got back to the running game this year. Once again, when they can run the football, offense is clicking. There's the Big Ten Rose Bowl commercial. So from Happy Valley to Pasadena, we are Penn State. And hopefully everyone that made the trip is enjoying their time, and hopefully we'll bring back a big W to begin the year. But, from coast to coast, from Piscataway to LA and everywhere in between. College Park, Happy Valley, Columbus, Ann Arbor, East Lansing, to Bloomington, to West Lafayette, to also Evanston and Champaign and Madison, and Minneapolis and Iowa City and Lincoln. The Big Ten, they were playing well during the bowl season, but now they've lost a few straight. Penn State once again can be the first Big Ten team to win a game in 2023 in football, return to the 20-yard line. But you got to root for your conference in bowl season. You got to root for the Big Ten. Normally don't play well during bowl season. Good start, but sloppy late. But we are Penn State, and it's hoping for a Big Ten national championship game next Monday night, but we're not getting that. We're not even getting one of the 2 teams, for that matter. But come on, Clifford. What do you got? 1st and 10. Hopefully I didn't miss any cities when I named all those off either. I don't think I did. A toss on an end around. That'll go down as a pass to Mitchell Tinsley for about 3 yards. But second down for Penn State here coming up. 2-2-2 and counting to play in the half. So got 2 timeouts. All right. Get in field goal range. Score if you can, but get in field goal range. I'll take 3 points. Clifford looking to throw, going to step up, and he gets sacked for a yard. 3rd and 10. God damn it. Utah timeout, potentially get the ball back. Good coverage, nobody's open. So what can you do? What can you do? 3rd and 10. I'd work some clock, yeah, why not? Maybe even call a timeout your own. So an empty set. 5 seconds, he gets up to the line. They get it off. Clifford. Down the middle again, caught another Penn State first down. Mitchell Tinsley out past the 35 to the 38. The middle of the field's been there all day. Keep going to it. 2 timeouts, $1:21. I'd probably run the ball here a play or 2. Still want to take a shot. Clifford looking to throw, far side, complete to Singleton, and they dropped it. All right, incomplete, 2nd and 10. So I guess with the incompletion, clock stops, reset here. Still got 2 timeouts, but yeah. The thing is, the middle of the field's been there today, and they've been able to convert on 3rd down. 2nd and 10, Penn State from the 37. Come on, boys. Score again before halftime. Clifford, and another step up and another sack. And I might add, as I was about ready to get to it, both teams are averaging 3 sacks a game. So Utah with 2 on this drive alone. Of course, they've already, taken them down earlier in the game too, so they've hit that mark. Penn State's been able to get the pressure, but they haven't been able to bring them down yet on Cam Rising. So Utah timeout with 1:06 to play. Penn State going to have a 3rd down and give me a hell yeah. 3rd and long, 3rd and 16, but hell yeah on the wrong aspect. They need to convert. 3rd and 16 ain't a good thing, okay? But this is a big play. If Utah can get a stop, 2 timeouts, score again before halftime, get the ball, begin the second half, score again, Penn State's for sure going to be in trouble then. So what do you do? What do you draw up? 3rd and 16, you're on a draw. You have them call another timeout. You punt, pin them deep. Timeout, make them drive on you to score if they even get that far. You're going to hope to get a first down. Whatever you do, don't turn the ball over. Don't turn the ball over here. No. 3rd and 16 from 31. They'll run a draw. Fat man up the middle to the 40. So timeout, Utah with 58 seconds. They might reset the clock to a minute. Be 4th down Penn State, and they'll punt. So pin them deep, make them drive with a timeout. Might be 14, might be 17-14 Utah, might be 21-14 Utah at halftime. We'll see. But yeah, big drive there, and they couldn't do anything with it. So 4th down Penn State, and unfortunately they'll punt. So 2 punts to begin the game. They scored again after a long offensive touchdown drive by Utah, and then Utah scored again. Penn State nothing here. Utah getting the ball back. Minute 1, so they do reset the clock. Minute 1, and they'll have a timeout to try to drive and add their lead before halftime, which hopefully Penn State can get a stop. There's a ton of people just standing outside. They're not even tailgating. They're just, hanging out. Whether, like I said, you can re-enter or not, I don't know, or they just don't have tickets, but there's a lot of people that are just there for the hell of it, as always, for any game or any event for that matter. But Penn State's punt, unfortunately, going to be down in the end zone for a touchback, so they can't pin them deep. So Utah with 54 seconds, going to have 1st and 10 to begin this drive at the 20-yard line. We'll see if they can score or not. Hope not. Hopefully Penn State defensively can get a stop or 2 here. And we'll go from there. I'd like a 14-14 halftime. If not, then Penn State in the second half just going to have to hope to get some stops defensively, and then hope, the offense can continue to drive and, score some more points. But this is a big drive. That's a fucking hold. He's going to tuck it and run, and he'll get a first down somehow out to the 35-yard line. So, 1st and 10. Ball 35-yard line, 40 seconds and counting, and so got a timeout. I almost got to him with a sack. That pass, they say incomplete, which lucks out for Utah. Yeah, that was caught. He would have been inbounds. Clock would have ran. I still have a timeout, but would they call it? Would they not? Clock stops in the meantime with 36 seconds. So 14-14. Big drive here before halftime, to say the least. Saw last night on Sunday Night Football, a touchdown before half, and then up until a game-winning touchdown with under a minute to play. That was the difference in the game. 2nd and 10, Utah's pass, Cam Rising, incomplete, intended for his tight end, Kalen King, on the coverage. But yeah, so incomplete, 3rd down and 10. He pushed off, and then he still dropped. So, I mean, they could have called a PI on him if they'd want to, but they didn't. And in the meantime, it falls incomplete, and okay, 3rd and 10. So Penn State 2 timeouts, 30 seconds. Maybe they still get the ball back here before halftime for all we know. Utah play clock winding down. They'll get it off. And Rising's pass far side. Caught, missed tackle, gets out of bounds at midfield. So new set of downs. I mean, Penn State, no hurry now. Stop the clock. 23 seconds. Utah's got half field to go. Honestly, 15 yards for a field goal. Would probably want some more, but a timeout in 23 seconds, honestly, if you can get out of bounds like you did there, that's an eternity. So we'll see if, they end up getting in field goal range, kicking it and making it, going up in half, and then scoring 10 unanswered. But Utah, Cam Rising again, they almost get to him on another sack. Pass caught far side. No, they say incomplete. 2nd and 10. All right. So we'll play on. His pass across his body. Yeah, he caught it, but he was never in bounds. Yeah, that's a good incompletion call. That's incomplete. 2nd and 10 now for Utah. 2nd and 10 Utah. 17 seconds. They'll go timeout. Come on, defense. Just stop. This is a big drive once again. That's a hold. Oh my fucking God. Throw the penalty. That pass incomplete. So 3rd and 10. Still got 11 seconds. Still got a timeout. But yeah, from State High, Keaton Ellis on the coverage, along with Kalen King. It falls incomplete. But throw the fucking holding. Jesus Christ, they're holding one every play. I get holding happens on every play. Matter of fact, they call it or not, but when it's clear and obvious right in front of you, and you don't throw it, like, what the hell? 3rd and 10. Ball at the 49-yard line. Utah, yeah, they still need about 15, 20 yards in field range. Come on, defense, get off the field. And they sack them. So Utah the timeout, 3 seconds. They're going to let it run, or are they going to call it and heave it? Clock expires. We go to halftime in the Rose Bowl, tied at 14 with Penn State and Utah. Utah to get the ball back to begin the second half. They finally get to him and sack his ass. And that's another hold, 78. Along with 54 and 52. The whole entire Utah offense line for that matter. They've been fucking holding all game. They sack them. They don't call a timeout. They don't heave it. So 14-14 at halftime in the 109th Rose Bowl. Granddaddy of them all. Nittany Lions and Utes. Utah to receive the second half kick. And as the teams will go into halftime, as Utah's marching band have the national anthem pregame, I'd expect Penn State Blue Band to have the halftime performance. We'll see if they show any of that. But they'll have a halftime show with highlights, stats, and scores from earlier games today, in which Mississippi State, along with LSU and Tulane, all won. Penn State, along with Utah, looking to win as well. Tied at 14 at halftime in the Rose Bowl, but once again, we are Penn State. Utah to receive the second half kick, but we're going to update stats and scores in a minute. We're going to recap the whole entire bowl season as well. Of course, college football halftime is about 10 minutes longer than the NFL, so we got about a 20-minute halftime coming up, but then it's also bowl season, so it might be a little longer. But a good start after the 2 punts, which, okay, didn't really have good field for one, as Utah won the toss. Penn State couldn't go more than 5 yards. Quick 3 and out, they punt. Utah also punts to begin the game. And then Penn State, as they started about the 25-yard line to begin the game, about the 10-yard line then, or inside the 10 afterwards, got the ball right in between them on the third drive. That's when they drove and scored. Okay, Singleton's rushing touchdown. And then Utah scored the passing touchdown on goal to go from 1. And then Penn State scored again, Clifford finding Mitch Tinsley for passing touchdown. And then Utah scored again, I might add, with a rushing touchdown of their own. So both offenses have a passing and a rushing touchdown apiece. Special teams with kicking game and returns, really nothing to show for. The difference in this game is a Utah turnover to a Penn State touchdown, unless Utah would right now be up 14-7 at halftime. Remember, the interception was to the opening Penn State score. 7-0, 7-7, 14, 7-14 all. So it's back and forth. We'll see how the second half turns out. Still got 30 more minutes of football to play today and in the season. So leave it all in line. This team never going to play together again. With current coaches and current players, go out and leave it all out there on the field. Okay. Don't come up just short. They can't afford to lose a game of this magnitude. For one, they can't afford to lose another bowl game. Both teams, for that matter, I might add. But honestly, you're tied at 14 at halftime. I'm getting back to the run game in the second half. I'm going to try to work as much clock as I possibly can. As I said earlier, keep an eye out for time possession potentially late in the game. As here comes the halftime report. As game day was on site earlier, as they always are for the Rose Bowl. As the Penn State Blue Band out on the field. And at halftime it's 14-14 in the granddaddy of them all, the 109th Rose Bowl. So we'll see what they have to say, but the thing is, Penn State's defense here, they need to continue to force the pressure. They've only sacked them once in those end the half. If they continue to get to them, pressure into a turnover, another turnover for that matter, because the deep ball was just picked off, but honestly might be the difference in this game. If one or the other, they can't get anything going. So we'll see what happens. But as thought, it's going to come down to the wire. It's going to be won late in the fourth quarter. But as I said, with special teams right now not having much of a factor, I wouldn't be surprised, if there's, like I said earlier too, offensively about a, explosive player or two to be the difference when it's all said and done. But, a big return of some sorts, let alone, field goal, just 3 points here and there. As both bands actually are performing at halftime. So they will let us listen for what it's worth. But honestly, I didn't think it'd be tied at halftime, but expected a close game. It took some time to settle down and settle in, felt like. And then they got rolling. And then they got rolling as well. And then it was back and forth punches. And it got chippy there a little bit too, I might add. But like I said, it's hot right now. I think it's going to cool back down a little bit before it gets hot again in the fourth quarter. As I said earlier, I still think special teams and turnovers is what we're going to have to watch out for. Because the difference right now is a Utah interception to a Penn State touchdown. They don't turn the ball over, they're up 7 at halftime, getting the ball to begin the second half, and then, Penn State's in trouble. Penn State not necessarily going to be in trouble now as it's tied at 14, not getting a field goal or a touchdown before halftime. If they would have doubled it up, 2-for-1 there, scored again, pressure's on for sure. When, okay, couple punts, couple touchdowns, but then, they stalled out to end the half. So there's no in between there. They're starting fast or starting slow. When they start fast, they hold on, hope to hold on at least. When they start slow, they're fighting back. They got to find, the in-between, even though there isn't one. There's going to be a difference somewhere. Right now, like I said, I don't know, see how the second half starts out, but I don't know what exactly it's going to be, but I feel like it's going to be with special teams turnovers of some sorts. Because that's what it's been so far, even though special teams, once again, nothing to show for really, but the turnover is the difference. But the running game, like I said, you can run the football, work clock, get out to a lead, hold it, might be enough. But I think this Penn State defense needs to continue to make more stops than Utah's, because Utah's defense is getting to Clifford when they're not really getting to Rising. They've got to him once and sacked him. Almost got to him a couple other times, but they can't bring him down. They've had a lot of missed tackles. So honestly, yeah, it's going to be what defense bends doesn't break. Both teams can run the football. Both teams have, good passing attacks as well, as mentioned at the start. Because both these teams are more similar once again than they are different. I'll go back to these pregame notes. As once again, it all starts up front. You got to be able to block to run and block to protect your quarterback. And you also got to get after the opposing quarterback. It's pressure into a turnover, okay? Both defenses, with all those positives, with, averaging this and averaging that, both defenses are only allowing about 200 yards passing and 100 yards rushing a game. Right now at halftime, and this is as a team, 14 all at the half. Utah to get the ball to begin the second half as a team. Both Penn State and Utah right now. If this will load, thank you. Well, Penn State's already given up 119 yards rushing. Utah's been able to stop the run more so than not. Penn State only 45 yards rushing. But Penn State did have, or they still do, excuse me. They did have more total yards up until, last drive there. Trailed that by about 10, but more passing yards for Penn State, more rushing yards for Utah, okay? And the time possession split. It's about a minute and a half difference. But the turnover's the difference right now, okay? Cam Rising interception, and Penn State went 85 yards and scored. But, both defenses are only allowing about 200 yards passing, 100 yards rushing a game. So obviously with that being said, something's got to give. Like, honestly, it might come down to whoever has the ball last might win this game. Might be another game-winning field goal in the Rose Bowl for Penn State, and hopefully it goes in their favor this time, unlike last time. But this Penn State defense, once again, coming into today, 7 tackles for loss in each of the last 7 games, along with holding, which now this doesn't matter. In 9 of 12 games, the opponent 100 yard rushing. Utah has that, and then some in the first half, for God's sakes. But both defenses also averaging 3 sacks per game. Do we have any defensive stats right now? Doesn't look like that is the case. No. Hopefully at the end of the game we will. But Utah has more sacks than Penn State does. Penn State only has 1. Utah's been able to get to Clifford more so than not compared to Penn State getting to Rising. So there's that. But Utah at the half, entering today, leading the country with 342 total first downs this season. They have 12 compared to Penn State's 8. They're going to give us a lead into Monday Night Football with this Rose Bowl tonight as well, as potentially the number 1 seed in the AFC is on the line. But Joe Buck, Troy Aikman giving us a preview. As normally, of course, right now, Monday Night Countdown would be on. But, I mean, the whole week's been screwed up. Don't know what day it is in between Christmas and New Year's. And now here we're on the New Year. And just hoping for a Penn State win to start the year off. I said last week on Christmas, after the Steelers beat the Raiders on Christmas Eve night, keep the season alive. As a Penn State Steeler fan myself, of course, hoping the Steelers went out, get the help they need to make the playoffs. If they went out, don't get the help, then okay, there's that. Coulda, woulda, shoulda earlier in the season. But just looking ahead from last week until next week, all I want to start the year off is 3 wins. Got one of them last night. The other needs to be right now, and then hopefully the third will be next Sunday at 1 o'clock when the Steelers host the Browns. So 2 Steeler wins, 1 Penn State win, and 2023 would be good. As there's the blue band finally. But I'll get to chat questions and comments in a minute. I see them rolling through. Thank you for those. So what are they going to play? Penn State Blue Band on the field at the Rose Bowl. As the Rose Bowl, of course, only has a couple scoreboards. You got the press box on the near side. You got one big scoreboard on the left, one right in front of you. But that's it. The old school one to the other end. But what are they playing? Utah's song was a Green Day song. I don't know what the hell this is. Or what the hell type of shape they're supposed to be making. Looked like numbers, now it looks like a letter. I'd hope you know your music by now. There's a member reading notes. If anybody, in fact, knows what the hell they're supposed to be playing right now, let me know. Yeah, what the fuck? They're going to make fun of him. Because this doesn't sound familiar. But, a high school or college marching band, makes high school and college football, for God's sakes. You don't get that in the NFL. And the Blue Band's one of the best marching bands in all college sports, for that matter. So, all right, they'll go to break, and we're tied at halftime at 14. Yeah, they're just making a bunch of shapes, and I can't make out what the hell they are. And they're not saying. At least earlier, like this is unlike the Blue Band. Earlier for Utah, you got to give them credit. Don't know what anyone would do without music from there. So Penn State needs to make some noise in the second half, to say the least. You could tell what it was. You could see what it was. Penn State's like, yeah, we're gonna make you think. So I'll leave it at that. But Penn State surprisingly has been able to convert on third down. Okay, Utah as well. 5 of 8 and 4 of 7 respectively. Utah entered this game with a .497 percentage in third down conversion. which is pretty impressive. But, once again, what's going to give? Who knows? We're going to find out now the second half. But that's why I said I think turnovers and special teams. Special teams turnovers. Explosive play or two. Penn State's aired it out. Utah hasn't gone deep since that interception. Are they scared? Or are they just keeping it simple because they know they can, continue to move the ball down the field that way? So I think it'd be a little bit of both, more so than not the latter. Take what the defense gives you. Both teams are, pretty even. As they were coming in and as this game's played out, it's still pretty even. Hell, we're tied at 14, so I don't know how much more even you can get than that. But time possession, it's pretty split right now. It's about a minute and a half differential. But run game into a time possession battle could also be a difference late. You control the clock, you control the game. You're probably going to come out on top of the W. Unless you, of course, turn the ball over. And, Penn State now 111 points off turnovers this season. Still about a touchdown a game. Maybe 2 scores, give or take. But the penalties, the refs have, to an extent let them play. Only 4 total, 2 on each. They still need to get this game under control, it feels like. But just think if it's penalty call, if it's not, don't let them play. It's getting chippy. Sort of died down, but still got to have football to be played. So with that being said, and hopefully once again you're leaving it all out in the field. Just don't do anything stupid. No stupid ass penalties and no turnovers this second half for Penn State, okay? Can't say that enough. Just, keep it simple offensively, balance and consistency, move the ball downfield, work the sticks, get a first down here and there. They got to make stops on defense, though, man. I mean, I think they met their match to an extent with Utah's offense here. But that's why I said with the comparison for Penn State with Utah and Iowa, knowing how those games go, well, here we are again. So, yeah, we're going to go down the wire. But who can run the football better? Right now it's Utah. And then what defense bends wasn't break? Well, they've both given up 2 touchdowns, 1 passing, 1 rushing, so there's that. But, yeah, we'll see what happens this second half. And I believe we've discussed everything else, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, seems to be the case. As, of course, both teams are going to head home after this game. Penn State arrived last Monday, as mentioned. They practiced at the LA Galaxy facility all week. Went to Disneyland, I believe it was Wednesday. Had a pep rally yesterday with Indian Nation, and, game day now today. So, with that being said, I guess we can get some first half stats and scores. Recap bowl season to this point, which is going to be everything if we get to it. If we don't, we'll get to it next week during the national championship game. So then we'll just add in this game then too. So keep an eye out for that. Be sure to tune back in. Because this is in fact the final bowl game of the bowl season before the national championship game next Monday night with Georgia and TCU. The FCS national championship game is also next Sunday. So North Dakota State, South Dakota State, and Georgia TCU for gold. And then also, of course, the NFL playoffs are set to begin in a little over a month from now on Super Bowl 57, just south in the desert. But just overall at the end of the game here, as we are coming up on 2 hours, which is about right, average, an hour and a half, hour 45 minute first half, get a 20 minute, maybe an extended halftime. Sun's going to be going down here before too long. Hell, it already has here in Happy Valley, but of course they're 3 hours back. 3 hours behind out in Pasadena. So like I said, then, we'll see if Penn State needs to start finding a groove, or if they have one and they can, keep it up, control the clock, running football then at that point, make them stop you, so on and so forth. But just at the end of the game, overall, hopefully Penn State's smelling the roses and the Rose Bowl champs to end 2022 and start off 2023 with a bang. Because a win right now would go a long way for the program, for the fan base, for this team in general, for where they've been the past couple years, and the second overall Rose Bowl win ever for the Blue and White. 28 years ago to the day, once again today, since they beat Oregon. That was a close game. Got a close game against Utah, 14-all at halftime. So once again, thanks for tuning in and watching my live watch-along reactions live right here on YouTube. As always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports. Coin and Luke 96. So be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Thumbs up button. Share. Chat questions and comments. Super chat, super sticker, super like, super thanks. Always greatly appreciated as well. So at halftime, 14-14. Utah to get the ball to begin the second half. Sean Clifford is 12 of 15, 146 yards passing, the touchdown. And as they show off highlights, we're about to begin the second half. Singleton, 5 carries, 33 yards rushing, and a touchdown. And that was all on the touchdown drive to begin the game. Katron, 6 of 26, so he must like Stitch. Clifford, yeah, he's been sacked a few too many times, so a couple carries, but for negative yardage. So that's why they only have 15 carries for 45 yards rushing as a team. Right now, Lambert Smith leading the team in receiving, 2 catches, 36 yards. Tinsley, 431, and the touchdown to go up 14-7, but then Utah tied it. They've sort of gone away from the tight ends. Got the ball to the receivers a little bit more, so I'd run the ball, go back to these tight ends, hopefully. Theo Johnson to catch for 28 yards. Tyler Warren to catch for 15 yards. But the 3 receivers, Tinsley, 431 in the touchdown. Lambert Smith, 2 at 36. Wallace has a catch for 20 yards. And then Katron Allen, give me a hell yeah. They need to get Singleton involved in the pass game, I'd have to think as well. He has 3 catches, 16 yards receiving, as Penn State will kick off to begin the second half, and away we go in the third and fourth quarters in the Rose Bowl. And a return for Utah to the 22-yard line. Cam Rising at halftime is 7 of 15 for 81 yards. Touchdown, but the interception he threw is the difference. Remember, Penn State scored off of it. Don't have that. Utah is up right now 14-7. Everything else goes the way it has. And now they're, looking to score. As Penn State's second half keys are better pass rush, no doubt about it. And got to be more efficient on offense. And first down, can't put yourself in second, third, and longs. You got to make it manageable. So they're right in that regard. At least they know. It's just not going to execute it. Hand off, got to stop the run, man. 6-7 yards up the middle, and St. Bernard gives Utah a second and short. So Mike Bernard, 8 carries, 50-plus yards rushing now. Jaquindon Jackson, 5 of 31 in the touchdown. Rising, I think that's a difference as well. Clifford doesn't have any rushing yards. He does, 7 of 31 on the ground. 2nd and 3. Handoff. And Curtis Jacobs right there to bring him down, along with Elsden, 43. So 3rd and 3, Utah. Come on, D, get off the field here early third quarter and go on and drive yourself and, add to your lead. And that's the thing. Put the pressure on them, not yourself. But then Vele, 3 catches, 68 yards. Money Parks, a catch on that opening drive for 12 yards, but nothing since. Of course, the tight end does have the touchdown reception, I might add, as well. But big third down here to begin the second half. 3rd and 2 for Utah. And they'll hand off again, and he'll break a tackle and get the first down before being brought down by, it looked like, Adisa Isaac. Well, it looked like he kept it, and then he would have, been brought down right away. But then he handed off, missed tackle. They finally bring him down. Yeah, Isaac and Vanover on the tackle. Rising, looking to throw, far side, turn around. It doinks off Carter's helmet. It's incomplete. He turns around in the end zone on the passing touchdown. He bats it down. It's incomplete, picks it off. Okay, there's that. It's on a touchdown. He turns around there, bats it down, picks it off again. But no, turn your fucking head around. Well, he's being held. Well, couldn't have been, held by the face mask. No call by the refs for a Utah penalty. But 2nd and 10. But yeah, he's got to just turn his head around. He's not normally used to playing in coverage. I can understand that much, but still, he made a play on the ball though. It doinked off his helmet, so at least he was wearing the helmet, and that helped out. Fake the give, and that's a hold, and then they get the first down out to midfield. Son of a bitch. At 87 on 11. Where's the penalty? So Utah 1st and 10 from midfield. Over the middle. Oh. Almost picked off. Behind the receiver, incomplete. It's almost picked off by Penn State. So 2nd and 10. Go on, D. And they'll hand off again. And Isaac, Sutherland, Vanover, and Elsden make the tackle. 3rd and long, they'll bring in some subs. Or hoagies, as we call them here in central Pennsylvania. But substitutions on defense for Penn State. 3rd and 9 officially for Utah. Come on, D. Crowd making noise. That's a hold. And they finally get to him, but he gets rid of it and caught 1st down. Jesus Christ. You gotta be kidding me right now. Jair Brown and DDS almost got to him, but wide open in the flat on a tight end screen, and 1st down Utah 35-yard line, driving to begin the 2nd half, looking to score. And they'll run an end around double pass, looking to throw. Jacobs going to bring him down, back of the 44-yard line, so a loss of 10. So the trick play, Penn State was ready for it. Do they have anybody open? Oh my God. How the hell did he not see him? They had a man wide open downfield. Penn State gets lucky there, and they make the stop in the backfield. Why did he not throw the ball? Penn State lucks out right there. They do. 2nd down and long for Utah, though. 2nd and 19. And they get to him again. Chop. Turn around. Pass far side, incomplete. Should have been picked off again. And then luckily it falls incomplete as a short. It's a thing. They've been able to get to him, but they can't wrap him up. They've only sacked him once. It was just prior to halftime. Sack his ass. At least they hit him. But 3rd and a mile now for Utah. Come on, D. Come on, defense. 10:28 to play in this third quarter. Empty set, looking to throw down the middle, and incomplete. Good coverage by Jair Brown. You turn around and you're one step quicker. I mean, it's a pick. So, yeah, the opening drive of the second half stalls by Utah. They'll punt. Penn State going to get the ball. And we're still tied at 14. Are they ever going to throw a holding on Utah today or not? Like, Jesus Christ. 4th and long, a very loud "We Are Penn State" chant for the first time today. And Utah booms it away, and it'll be down inside the 10 to 5. So first down, Penn State from there. 14-14, 10-17 to play in the third quarter. And we'll get back to the action momentarily. Just once again, as always, thanks for tuning in and watching. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe to social media. Links in the description below.
It helps you do more with less asthma and can help you breathe better in as little as 2 weeks. Dupixent is an add-on treatment for specific types of moderate to severe asthma that's not for sudden breathing problems. Dupixent can cause allergic reactions that can be severe. Get help right away from a rash, chest pain, worsening shortness of breath, tingling or numbness in your lungs. Tell your doctor about new or worsening joint aches and pain or parasitic infection. Don't change your stop asthma medicines, including steroids, without talking to your doctor. Ask your specialist about Dupixent.
First and 10, Penn State from the 5-yard line. Opening drive of the second half. Shows some signs of life. Don't do nothing at all. You got to play field position, play field position. Over the middle. All right, incomplete. In between two targets. Just. At least he didn't take a sack. She's, you know. Had a few of those already today. Probably should have been caught, but probably better off fell incomplete because it very well could have been picked off as well. And then, you know, they got a very short field. And 2nd and 10 from the 5 after the incompletion. Singleton going to motion out of the back. Field into the slot, top of your screen. Slater in the middle, caught. Tinsley to the 13. They had the bubble screen with a couple blockers far side if they wanted it, but it didn't even look that way. Yeah. Strange would have been the target, and then he had a couple blockers, but they go to the slant. I got to what, 3rd and 3? Under 10 to play in the third here. 3rd and 2. Convert. Just convert. One thing at a time. And they'll run it. Singleton up the middle. Singleton out past the 50. Midfield, he's gone. Touchdown. See you later. And that, yeah, is longer than Conchata's 83-yard. That went for 87 to the house for a touchdown. And now he's got 2 rushing touchdowns today, and he's also broken 1,000 on the season with that run. Boom. 3rd and 2. And it all starts up front. And, oh, they're lucky they didn't call a hold on that. And just down the seam in between the hash and the numbers. Just went the distance in under a minute. And the Penn State Nittany Lions retake the lead. 21-14 to Leonard 10 to play in the third quarter. Singleton now has over 100 yards rushing. And, yeah, that's a nice Utah license plate. PSU Roses. As Nittany Nations spread out all over the world. Let me know where you're watching from in the comments below. And we are Penn State. Update the stats now. Singleton. As how much you want to bet? They come back from break. They're going to show Kajana's run. That was the first play of the game. The first play from scrimmage in the 95 Rose Bowl against Oregon. And it was 83 yards. That went for 87, so that's a new record. And I guess history repeats itself. Hopefully, of course, Singleton has a better NFL career and doesn't blow his knee out by any means. He's only a true freshman. He is only a true freshman, along with the fat man. And now with a lead, you're going to want to continue around the football, and you're going to work clock, okay? You got to get stops on defense first off, all right, which you did to get the ball back here early third quarter without giving up anything. So back right where we started from, as they say. Back up 7 as they were start the game, back up 7 as they were 14-7. We'll see what Utah does. You know, if they respond, well, then it's, you know, Penn State's responsibility. You know, ball's in their court down at that point to do something again. Like I said, you know, back and forth, honestly, might come down to whoever has ball last. But still, luckily, knock on wood, they haven't turned the ball over. Utah has. Defense needs on a turnover or 2, you'd have to think, though. 1 would be nice, for sure, to say the least. But, yeah, more so than not, running game, time possession, then into special teams and turnovers to be the difference. Because if you can hold this lead, you know, work clock, you know, make stops, honestly, you know, kick a field goal or 2, just less is more sometimes. They're going to have to score some more to win. Utah's probably going to do something, just don't know what. But, yeah. What a... I mean, that was all him, you know. That was all Big Dick Nick Singleton for 87 yards to the house for a Penn State touchdown. You know, a simple handoff on a counter on 3rd and 2. And he hit the hole, and like I said, they're lucky they didn't call a hold. I believe it was on 84 Theo Johnson. Might have been 86 Brenton Strange. They're going to show a replay. This Johnson is lined up on the left side on that tight end, and he cut to block. Yeah, just simple counter out of the gun. Singleton to the left side of Clifford, a handoff, and boom. Yeah, right there. Another 5 yards right there. Luckily they didn't call the hold there. Yeah. And then boom, off to the races, and he's gone. And Penn State kicks off now. But they haven't called a single hold on anybody yet today in this game. So, I mean, for that matter, I mean, well, call it both ways. They are now. I'd be pissed if they didn't be calling the holds on Utah and then they call that hold on Penn State there. As they show off, rather than Kajana's 83-yard touchdown, yeah, the Steelers, their fourth Super Bowl in 6 years in 79, January of 80. Yeah, they show off Penn State arriving, as mentioned earlier, to the game today, wearing 34 uniforms in honor of the late, great Franco Harris, who passed away right before the 50th anniversary of the Immaculate Reception. A few days before Christmas, a couple weeks ago. But, you know, as a Steeler himself, also, they won that Super Bowl against the Rams in the Rose Bowl. As they give off the graphic for Franco, as he was 72. So, as mentioned, you know a couple of weeks ago when that happened, do the numbers with 72 and 50 and 22 and Penn State up 70 or 21-14. One score game, as it's been, a few times this year for both the blue and white and the black and gold. More so than not, more for in the Steel City. Win and help, you're in the playoffs. Win, no help, well, winning record. But big third down here, 3rd and 7 for Utah. Come on, defense, make a stop. But yeah, as mentioned, Franco was a part of key success for Penn State and the Pittsburgh Steelers in the late 1960s and throughout the whole entire 1970s. And Franco at Penn State, he wasn't even the go-to back. He backed up Lydell Mitchell, who ended up playing for Baltimore. The Colts, not the Ravens, because they didn't move to Indy yet in '83 in the middle of the night with the Mayflower truck. But, yeah, the difference with Utah being able to convert first downs here is their running game as well, but it's by the quarterback run. Rising as he gets gang tackled there. A little slow to get up. Actually falls down. Their backup quarterback is from Mormon country, number 16, Bryson Barnes, as he'll start to warm up on the sideline. So this might work out now. Don't want to see anybody get hurt by any means. Hopefully he's okay. Now, if he doesn't come back in this game, by all means, okay, that's fine too. But this might work out in Penn State's favor. I mean, you have a lead now, backup quarterbacks coming in. He's been a, factor with quarterback runs, like I said right there. 3rd down, convert again on a quarterback run. But now he gets hurt. How long is he going to be out? If it does come back, who knows? We'll see. But that's what, been saying. Pressure now, okay? Which is there. They just haven't been able to wrap them up. Potentially now, they might be able to. But then it's the pressure into turnovers. They've already scored off turnover day. Another one would be nice. I'd be happy. I'd like a little bit more breathing room here. It's been 7 back and forth the whole entire game from the start. 7-0, 7-7, 14-7, 14-14, now 21-14. So, yeah. Sucks for them, but they'll have a 1st and 10. It's not like they're going to punt, and then it's going to get some time to rest. Like, they're going to continue this drive and look to cut this lead and let alone tie it up. So we'll see. But, Penn State's going to show the world who they are. And we are Penn State. Ain't that right back there, Wally? I mean, he is a bobblehead, and he's the reason behind the We Are Penn State chant. So and I think he says, yes, we are Penn State. No. Stats as mentioned. Yeah, Singleton now 6 carries, 120 yards rushing, and 2 touchdowns. Broke 1,000. So congrats to Nick Singleton for doing just that. Even if he'd lose, 40 yards, he'd still have the record. Katron still needs 105 to break the record of 1,000 yards rushing this season. So they got one running back 1,000 yards this year. And for where they've been running the football past 2 years, 20 and 21, that's pretty impressive. You know, they haven't had a running game until this year. Cam Rising into the medical tent. Hopefully he's okay, but didn't look good as he was limping there a little bit, so who knows what it is, but they said he's been struggling with knee injuries. But yeah, Bryson Barnes, 1st and 10 with him at the helm quarterback now for Utah. Roll out, far side, it's caught, and then they say incomplete. And now they're going to give us a highlight of Barnes. Last year in the Rose Bowl, came in against Ohio State and he threw a touchdown. And tied it at 45, and then Ohio State, I remember watching that game, because Utah should have won. They should have. I picked them to upset the Buckeyes, I might add. You don't believe me, be sure to check out that bowl preview from last year. And thank you for just checked out this year's bowl preview as well. And be sure to keep an eye out for next year's bowl preview, which we'll get to next season when we get to next year, which we're also going to preview 2023 for Penn State at the end of the game today. But 8-1-4 to play in the third, 2nd and 10. High snap, gets it down, hands off, and 5-6 yards up the middle. 3rd and 3, 3rd and 4 coming up for Utah. No, but then Ohio State, as Utah was up for the most part of the game, they came back, but then that touchdown by him tied it. But then Ohio State got the ball back, game-winning field goal, and they won the game. And then Utah started off this year down in the swamp, lost to Florida. Lost, as mentioned earlier, as well to UCLA at the Rose Bowl mid-October on the road, and also against Oregon. But they still made the Pac-12 title game, and they still won the conference, defeat USC twice, as Penn State finished at 10-2. Finished 3rd in the Big Ten East, but the 2 losses were to both Michigan and Ohio State, who both made the college football playoffs. As Ohio State, of course, didn't have to play conference round. Michigan did. They beat Purdue, won the conference, then lost to TCU. Ohio State lost technically once in 2022 and once in 2023 this past weekend as well, also in the playoff. But Penn State, as mentioned, looking to be the first Big Ten team to win a football game in 2023 with a win today in the Rose Bowl. 1st and 10, handoff up the middle. Jalen Reed, number 7. No, excuse me, not number 7. Jalen Reed, number 7. Cam Rising is now walking off, and it looks like he'll be going to the locker room. So they're going to have to continue with Bryson Barnes at quarterback. So more pressure. 2nd and 5 coming up for Utah. We'll see what they draw up here. From the 46, he'll fake the give, deep ball near side. It's picked off by Penn State at the 20. Jair Brown to the 30, 35, 40, pushed out of bounds, and another turnover they're going to hope to capitalize on to extend their lead going into the 4th quarter. 6:06 to play in the 3rd. Up 7, getting the ball back after another turnover. And, hey, run the damn ball. Run the football. Work clock. 2 deep balls that have been picked off by Penn State today. James Franklin right there. Hey, run. Go the other way now. Jair Brown, along with, who had the earlier one? I can't even remember now. You want to fill me in, let me know. I'll think about it. It'll come to me in a minute. But now Tinsley in motion. They'll fake the give. Penn State going to throw. Clifford going to step up, get 2, maybe 3 yards on the keeper. Yeah, who the hell picked them off earlier? It was Johnny Dixon, Kalen King. I know it wasn't Daquan Hardy. It was one of those 2, I think. Because then Brown had that one. Ellis almost had one. Penn State overall, 2 interceptions off of Utah, though. Out of the pistol, 2nd and 8. Run the damn ball. And they will. And another 2 yards, so 3rd and 6. The fat man back in the ball game. And we're not getting no sunset here tonight because it's starting to rain. Since when the fuck does it rain in Southern California? So it's starting to rain. Probably has to be the first Rose Bowl in forever that it's rained at. But maybe it helps Penn State find a way to win for all we know. It's all that matters at the end of the day is whether you won or lost. Hopefully they win. 3rd and 6 from the 46. Trips top of your screen. And then Clifford down the middle. It's been there all day. Oh, my God. Catch the fucking ball. Had it and dropped it. Intended for Harrison Wallace. Incomplete. 4th down, so they can't capitalize off of that turnover. They're going to have to punt. You play field position now. You punt, pin them deep, make them drive. And a backup quarterback continue to force pressure. Stop the run. That's a catch, man. Jesus Christ. Catch the damn ball. How the hell does that happen? And you know it's raining when James Franklin puts a hat on. Because he never wears a fucking hat. 4th down and 6. Barney gonna boom it away. Fair caught by Utah at the 11. So they'll have a 1st and 10 from there, down 7, 21-14 with 4:24 to play in the 3rd. Backup quarterback though for the Utes. So just after entering with an injury, because of an injury to the Cam Rising, their starting quarterback, he threw a pick. Now he's going to get the ball back. We'll see what they can do. But Penn State's defense needs to stop. 2 interceptions, 1 for points. I mean, honestly, then, you think about it. If Utah doesn't turn the ball over early, they, of course, as mentioned, once again, would have been up 14-7 at halftime. Okay? And then that Singleton run would have been to tie it up at 14. Because the first interception is the difference. Penn State has a touchdown off of that. That is why they have a 7-point lead right now. They don't have that. We're tied at 14 as we're at halftime. But it would have been 14-7 at halftime, but then 14-14 now after the Singleton run. And then that turnover there, they can't do anything with it. So, defensively, just continue to make some stops here. 4 and change, 4:24, I think, to play in the 3rd. If they can get this game into the 4th quarter with a lead, not give up a big play here or there. Like I said, what's, I think, going to work in their favor now, don't see it happen by any means, but because it did happen, you don't want to see anybody get hurt, but might work out in their favor. You know, they have a lead. Might be able to hold it, whether that's just the way it is, tack on a few more with a field goal or 2. Just run the ball, control clock. Just get 1st downs. Nothing stupid. Don't turn the ball over yourself because you haven't yet. Utah has twice. You got 7 points off it. And that's the difference in this game. The first turnover. The start. So, 21-14, Utah getting the ball back, and, we'll see what it gives. But I'll leave it at that. Back to the game here in a minute, but just as always, once again, thanks for tuning in and watching. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe. Links in the description below. Hopefully we'll tune back in also later on this week and this weekend and in the days and the weeks and months to come for more live watch-along reactions over on YouTube, whether that be in college football, the NFL, professional wrestling. Be sure to subscribe. This will technically be the next to last college football live stream of the year. Well, the national championship game next week, so be sure to tune back in for that as well. But of course, NFL Week 18, got the playoffs coming up. As Utah with the light show, of course, they recently have had 2 running backs that passed away. Last year and this year, dedicated to, and their names are, I don't want to get this wrong. as they got a 1st and 10. Handoff up the middle, and Penn State makes a stop after 6, maybe 7 yards. Elsden's having a game. Ton of tackles for him in the middle of the field. Yes. Ty Jordan and Aaron Lowe, they were unfortunately killed in separate incidents. 22% better every day for the both of them. The one happened, I remember, it's a handoff again, big first down run, Utah past the 40 to midfield, 1st and 10 Utes. Right around the holidays, I think a year or two ago, and then the other was at the start of the next football season. So 2 years ago, and then last season, not this year in 22. But then the number 22, with that being Penn State's lone number that's been retired for John Capoletti, who is the only line to ever win the Heisman Trophy. And then that number also being worn by them. And then, of course, losing Franco Harris recently, 34-32. Barnes slips. Field now getting wet with the rain. Be 2nd and long. As you know, it's definitely raining when the Blue Band also puts on their jackets. This has to be the first Rose Bowl in forever that it's rained. Southern California is just getting hit with rain right now, because last I checked, it never fucking rains out there, but I guess it does. I know it rains up in wine country, but LA is a different story. But we are in the hills. We're in Pasadena. And 2nd and long makes it 3rd and shorter, but still pretty long to go. 2.5 to play in the 3rd. See if Penn State's defense here can make another stop. 3rd and 13 officially, they say, for Utah. Penn State with a 7-point 20-14 lead. They're going to bring pressure. I'm going to bring 4, maybe 5. Pass far side, it's caught, but then Kalen King wraps him up right away. 4th down, and Utah, they will have a decision to make. I'd be punting if I'm Kyle Whittingham. You're on the right side of the 50, but you're at the 44, 45-yard line. Rather than go for it on 4th and 4, I mean, if you're, another 10 yards further with a 4th down like that, you kick the field goal, maybe you go for it, but watch a fake punt. Don't jump off sides. Do not jump off sides on 4th and 4 on a punt. And watch a fake to the up back. Nope. They'll give him time. They almost block it, but he booms it away. And now Penn State's going to be down back at the 5-yard line again. But hey, whether they've been down at the 5, the 10, the 15, the 20, 25, as the punters, we are in Hollywood, a good actor. There's no penalty. He kicked the Penn State player, that's Adisa Isaac, number 20, in the head on the, I mean, I can understand why you're arguing it, and now he's hurt, so he says. I mean, he did kick a helmet, for God's sakes, but no, that's just a good acting job. They're not getting the call. So it'd be 1st and 10, Penn State at the 5. And like I said, whether they're starting at the 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, anywhere in between, they've, for the most part, been able to drive and score. I mean, 3 touchdowns, a couple punts, but yeah, 1st and 10 Penn State now, minute 18 to play in this 3rd quarter. We are Penn State chant. Work clock. You have a lead. It's a bowl game, but it's a road game because it's a strong Utah crowd compared to a Penn State crowd. But Nittany Nation did travel extremely well, as they always do, so we are. But run the ball and work clock. Handoff, fat man. And he'll try to bounce it far side, but he'll maybe get a yard. Maybe get a yard if they give it to him back to the line of scrimmage. They will. It'll be 2nd and 9. All right. But yeah, run the ball, work clock here. Field goal would make it a 2-score game. 10-point, 24-14 lead. Like I said, if you can get into the fourth quarter with a lead, maybe add on to it, it might be enough at this point. 2nd and 9 for the Utes. This might be the final play of the quarter. Because now, as they snap it under 40 seconds, once play clock will reset. Yeah, they're not going to have to snap it. They don't want to. So they'll have a 3rd down and 5. 3rd and 6 to begin the fourth. Going towards the Penn State end zone now. Into the Penn State fans. So we have Penn State. Hey, once again, when they lead at the end of the 3rd quarter, they're undefeated this year. They're 10-2, but they're 9-0 when they lead at the end of the 3rd. And they show that off. I guess I did do my homework. But at the end of the 3rd, throw them up. It's 21-14 Penn State. So we'll see if they'll be picking up a 2-sweet win and smell the roses here in about 15 minutes of action. See, myself personally, I've never seen Penn State win the Rose Bowl. I've seen them play in it. But I'm just a little younger than the 28 years it's been to the day-to-day since they last won the Rose Bowl. Their only Rose Bowl they've ever won. I've seen them play in the Rose Bowl, but not win it. Hopefully that changes today. I've seen them, play in the Fiesta and win it. I've seen them play in the Cotton and win it. Sugar and Peach at this point, we'll see if that happens. I've seen them play in the Orange Bowl and also win that. They are so close, as subpar as they've been recently, they're still so close, man. And the playoffs going to be expanding in 2 years to 12 teams. They've been right on the cusp of being a top 12 team at the end of the year. Half of the years Franklin's been at the helm, and 16 and 17, along with 18 and 19, and also this year in 22. Potentially even held last year in 21 if they would have at least finished stronger than they did. I mean, they started 5-0 and then lost 6 of 8 and then lost the bowl game as well. And then here we go again, same start. And then wasn't the same finish, thank God, 10-2. And now a lead going in the fourth quarter in the final game of the year in the Rose Bowl here today, 21-14 on top of Utah. And they got a 3rd down and medium going towards their end zone to begin the fourth with 15 to play. So once again, thanks for tuning in and watching. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe at the end of the 3rd quarter. As Penn State, yes, is 9-0 when they lead at the end of the 3rd. Clifford's 13 of 18, 154 yards passing and a touchdown. Singleton has 6 carries, 120 yards rushing and 2 touchdowns. Katron 9 of 34. And then receiving, pretty balanced with the yardage. The receptions could be a little bit better. Mitchell Tinsley has 5 catches, 39 yards, and a touchdown. Lambert Smith, 2 of 36. Theo Johnson and Tyler Warren still only a catch for 28 and 15 yards apiece. They have not gone to the tight ends since the first quarter on the opening touchdown drive. On the 3rd series of the game, because they punted, of course, to begin the game there. 3rd and medium here, go to the damn tight end, why don't you? And then Wallace has a catch for 20 yards. The fat man out of the backfield, 3 of 16, but they turned the lights on. The shot from the Rose Bowl script logo on the stadium into the field of play. Normally, this is right about when we'd be having the sunset, but it's raining. So no sunset in the Rose Bowl this year. 3rd and 4, Johnson in motion. Clifford out of the gun. They'll fake the give, pump fake. He's going deep, far side. For the Thunder, he's got Lambert Smith at the 45, and he's going to walk into the end zone. Touchdown, Penn State. And that might be the dagger 27-14 with 14 and change to play. 88-yard touchdown. They've had an 88-yard touchdown, an 87-yard touchdown, and then 2 touchdowns inside the red zone from 10 and 5 yards. So they've done it all offensively. Clifford with another passing touchdown, and another 3-play minute touchdown drive. And they just struck the line, and they're not running up the score by any means, but they're fighting on state. Penninger's extra point up and good. 28-14 Penn State. Fight on Penn State. Fight on state. Fight on state. That's right. Victory we predict for thee. A simple fucking go route down the far sideline. And yeah, they bid on the bubble screen again. It was, cut out, but right on the money. And from Cincinnati to the 757, out past the 50, from 14-1 for 6, make it 7. Touchdown Penn State with a 14-point lead now with 14:47 to play. We are 14:49 to play. Excuse me. We'll see if that 2 seconds, means anything. On the 2nd of the month of the new year. But Penn State on the kickoff. So don't get too far out of ourselves. This game, by no means is over just yet. But hey, largest student section in the country made the trip, as did the rest of the nation in blue and white, or Penn State's original colors in pink and black, but taking on the red, black, and white of Utah. Good high school colors, but not in college. It's blue and white. 1st and 10 Utah from the 25, out of the pistol. And they bring them down. Tackle for loss back at the 21. Isaac, along with, who was that, 91? Devon Ellies. Yeah. Along with Carter, Jacobs, Tarburtner laid along with Elsden. Yeah, Isaac and Ellies going to get credit with the tackle there. So another tackle for loss for Penn State here today. As mentioned earlier, 7 consecutive games of at least 7 tackles for loss. That pass incomplete, 3rd and 13. Come on, defense. Another stop would be nice. Third and 13 now. I'd show pressure, but I'd drop. They bring pressure. And they get to him. All right, what do I know? Sack them back at the 19. They'll punt. 4th down, and now they're making plays. They're showing up. The game's on the line. And it's a good thing the offense has a lead. Utah to punt. Penn State getting the ball back. Up 14 with under 14 to play now. And they'll boom it away. And it'll be down there. What the fuck are you doing, Sutherland? Jesus Christ. It'll be down by Utah. It accidentally touched them. 46-yard line or so. But then it bounced on the right side of the 50 for Penn State. And then which I don't know why he went after, but Penn State recovered it. We'll see where they mark him down at. We'll see where they spot the ball. It's going to be 1st and 10, though. Penn State up 14 with under 14 to play in the Rose Bowl. So there's that. No, this defense now stepping up. They're far from broke. They bent a little early. They did. Utah hasn't done shit since halftime. Backup quarterback now as well with an injury to Cam Rising. Hopefully he's okay. Never want to see anybody get hurt by any means, but Penn State's taking advantage of it. They've continued to bring pressure on defenses they have all game. They just couldn't get to Rising early. Now they can get to the quarterback and Barnes. And then the offense is just showing out at this point. You have an 87-yard rushing touchdown and an 88-yard passing touchdown in the third quarter, for God's sakes. Like, you're up 7, they tied it. You're up 7 again, 14-7, they tied it, 14 all at halftime. And then you get a big stop. That early third quarter stop was huge, looking back on it. And then the touchdown. They get the interception, don't do anything with it, give them the ball back, but then they score again. So 28-14 here. And you're getting the ball back with half the field to work with. They score a touchdown, this game's probably over. Let alone with a field goal. Hell, it might be over now, for that matter, but still don't get too far out of ourselves. Because it's not over until it's over. It's not over until it's triple zeros on the clock. I've seen large comebacks, than this with less time remaining, for that matter. So I think we all have. It's 2022. If you've been watching football, you've seen something crazy happen. But like more points, of course. Like to run the football though in work clock, time possession. So 28-14 Penn State, and they're in a good spot right now. Like I said a little bit ago, would like a little bit more breathing room. Well, they gave it to us. They said that might be the dagger, might do it. But we don't know officially just yet until this game's over if Utah would show some signs of life and come back and make it interesting or not. Let alone. Just stays the way it is, or Penn State scores, and it's for sure done then at that point. But showing off some highlights of the college football playoff. We still, I know, got to recap the bowl season. But they're chanting and singing along to some Neil Diamond, it sounded like, Sweet Caroline. Well, you crank Zombie Nation. The refs have let these teams play. As Penn State now 2nd and 10. We've only had, maybe 4, 5, 6 penalties called today? 2nd and 10. And Clifford looking to throw. Far side going deep again. Wide opens. Harrison Wallace down to the 20. 1st and 10 Penn State. So now this Utah defense is just... Yeah. They seemingly just... not knowing what they're doing. Just getting burnt. Now run the ball. 1st and 10 of the 20 in the red zone again. Run it in. Score. Work clock. Like I said, touchdown here might do it. Field goal might do it. Hell, like I said, the 14.28 score it is right now might be enough. Probably no. But, score again if you can. Clifford pump fakes a couple times, come back near side. Mitchell Tinsley, number 5, not Harrison Wallace, who caught the previous pass. We'll get the first down, be 1st and goal Penn State at the 10. Run it. Run the damn ball. Penn State now has the longest pass and the third longest rush in Rose Bowl game history. Singleton broke Kajana's record, though. That's a Penn State record in the Rose Bowl. But there's obviously 2 more runs that are larger than the 87, but the 88-yard passing touchdown is the longest. Clifford on a quarterback keeper dive is going to be down to 1. A little slow to get up, but he'll get to his feet. Fake the give to Singleton, and then good block. It was that 79 Caden Wallace. Yeah. 2nd and goal. Yeah, like I said at halftime, leave it all on the field. Clifford in his 6th year, 4th as a starter, playing in his final game. And if he goes pro, he's in the league, okay. If he doesn't, he's already been signed to play up in the Great White North. 2nd and goal from the 1. Wing T again, another handoff, and the fat man now, he gets a touchdown. And Penn State up 34-14 with, about 10 minutes to play? Yeah, 10:36 officially to go. Got a flag on the play, I guess. Legal substitution on Utah, decline it, touchdown Penn State. Thank you. And starting to feel it as the big uglies do the dance. We are Penn State. 2 passing touchdowns, 3 rushing touchdowns. Yeah. Smash mouth. And extra points up and good. 35-14. It's been all Penn State in the second half. 21 unanswered after Utah tied it at 14. Could have, of course, scored before halftime. They didn't. Could have scored again early 3rd quarter. They didn't. Big stop there, as mentioned. Quarterback gets hurt. Since then, it's been all Penn State. I mean, even when he went down, Penn State was still up 7, 21-14, I do believe, because Singleton had that run by that point in time, if I'm mistaken. But then even since then, the pressure by the defense, I mean, they had a short field there, and then a couple big, pass plays again, but then they punch it in with a run. So Clifford now, 16-21, 279 and 2 passing touchdowns. One to Tinsley and the other to Lambert Smith. Singleton, 7 of 120 and 2 scores. Fat Man with a rushing touchdown now as well. 10 carries, 35 yards rushing for him. Lambert Smith, 3 of 124 receiving and a touchdown. Tinsley, 6 for 49 and a touchdown. Harrison Wallace, 2 catches, 47 yards. They've abandoned the tight ends, but at this point it doesn't matter. Theo Johnson still as it was earlier, along with Tyler Warren, 1 for 28 and 1 for 15. Allen with a couple catches out of the backfield as well. 3-16. Yeah, Caitlin King had the first interception, and then Jair Brown had the second and a return of 22 yards, but they couldn't do anything with that one. They scored off the first one. But even, with that now, they still have scored a couple more times since. They still have a 2-touchdown lead, 2-score game. Now it's 3-score lead, 3-score game, up 21, 35-14 with 10.5 to play. So Utah has got to score, get the ball back, score again, get the ball back once more, and score again. Just a tie, and hope Penn State doesn't score in the meantime. So yeah, this game's probably over. And Penn State's going to win the 2023 Rose Bowl. As I guess there is a wave coming for Fansville next season. But there's a shot of the inside of the convention center. It looks like that they have all the Rose Parade floats that are, of course, all made out of flowers. Rose Parade was earlier today. And they better not take us to Monday Night Football. They better allow us to watch the championship celebration. If not, well, we can pull it up on another TV, so we'll watch that probably there. And in line, puts on a Rose Bowl shirt, it looks like, doing 35 one-armed push-ups, and the blue band swaying back and forth. So, yeah, I can understand Utah's going to say, well, we had you until the quarterback got hurt. And I'll be like, well, yeah, but then Penn State also, kept scoring the rest of the game when you didn't. Because our defense, stood and stopped you. Whereas your defense didn't make stops because we scored and blah, 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 blah. But Clifford, in his career at Penn State, is first in yards, touchdowns, completions, completion percentage. He's right now tied for first in wins. But a win tonight would give him the all-time lead. Penn State's not known for having good quarterbacks. They're not. Penn State's blue-collar. Run the football down your throat, and we're going to stop your ass on defense. Rely on special teams when needed. Okay? They've had good quarterbacks, but they're not known for having good quarterbacks. Penn State's linebacker, okay? And they're known for running the football. They've had a plethora of damn good All-American running backs through the years, including their lone Heisman Trophy winner at running back, John Cappelletti, back in '73, which they could be celebrating, something 50 years for that next year. First and 20 now for Utah at the 15 after, was there a penalty on the return? I believe so. Handoff, no gain on the play. So Penn State's defense, starting to hold down the fort. And this game's probably over with. Since the injury, Penn State has 2 touchdowns. When Utah has a big goose egg, nothing. Well, they haven't done shit in the second half, even with him, or without him, for that matter. So, second and long now for Utah. But you still got to give them credit. You do, because, that's tough. That could happen to anybody, on any given day. That pass is incomplete. But, with the way it unfolded, just how it shook out. Yeah, I think he knows it's over. But 2 Rose Bowl appearances in back-to-back years, that's impressive. So, you got to be happy about that, too. Maybe third time will be the charm. Next time they go, hopefully it won't be against Penn State again. I'd like to play Utah again. I would. Give us a home and home. Give us conference opponents. Give Utah a chance in the Big Ten at them with, Stanford, Oregon, and Washington as well. Jair Brown on the sack back of the 5-yard line with Zane Durant, and then he throws up the U. Not for the U down in South Beach, but the U in Salt Lake City in the University of Utah. Just, off the edge, tackle ate shit. And Penn State going to win the Rose Bowl. 5 total sacks now. 4th and 30 for Utah back at the 5, and now off the play. And be fielded at the midfield by Penn State, Tinsley. And brought down after a couple-yard gain, but 1st and 10 with 8:30 to play for the blue and white from there. Up 21, 35-14 in the granddaddy of them all, 109th Rose Bowl here tonight. So, see what they do offensively. At this point, in the regular season, they'd probably put Drew Aller in at quarterback. I'd keep Clifford in for the hell of it. I would. It's his final game. You know, he's not going to get to play again in Penn State uniform. 8.5 to play. If you can run the ball with Singleton, they'll probably run Fat Man a little bit more because he needs. Singleton's already broke 1,000 on the season. Katron needs, which he ain't going to get it on this drive. Might get half of it if they run him every play. Which that's a lot to ask for too. But she probably won't get it, so I'm not even going to go there. But I'd keep Clifford in at quarterback. I'm not going to be surprised they put Aller in. You know, get him some reps in a big bowl game against a good opponent who just in the second half, you know, shit went sideways with an injury, and then they, you know, afterwards couldn't grasp of, you know, what the hell's going on, at least defensively, because Penn State just big play after big play after big play, continue to score. And yeah, as I mentioned earlier, and I mean, if you know, you know, like if you tune in and listen and watch, like Utah is a team I do have a lot of respect for and have had a lot of respect for, because they're a lot like Penn State, program-wise, you know, for a football team. You know, do the right things, and they play, you know, for the most part, try to at least complementary, you know, sound football and run the football, play good defense, run special teams when needed. Just do what you got to do to win. And as I said earlier, they don't get enough credit. You know, they're underappreciated at times, undervalued. But at the same point in time, as much as I'd want them, you know, in the Big Ten, or if something happens with another mega conference being formed, like Utah is going to be right there with, you know, a couple other top teams in the Pac-12 for years to come. As Cam Rising comes back out in street clothes. As there he is with friends and family. And yeah, that's tough to watch. That has to suck. You get hurt in the bowl game in back-to-back years, and the Rose Bowl of all games in back-to-back years. So yeah, he comes out in street clothes, going to finish 8 of 21, 95 yards, touchdown. Interception was the difference at a point in time. But then 9 carries, 56 yards rushing, and then that last carry for that first down run, that's when he got hurt. But knee injuries, I know how they are. Yeah, you got to feel for him. But then Penn State also, you know, took advantage of it and continued to score. And 7-5-7 counting play. Second long handoff, third down, and about 10 coming up. You know, Penn State's gonna win the Rose Bowl here. So yeah, as I said, Utah is gonna be good for years to come, as long as Kyle Whittingham's at the helm. I actually, a couple years ago, if you recall, for Penn State, before I brought up Matt Roll's name, before everybody else fucking did this year, and I wish him well at Nebraska. I would have loved to have had him here in Happy Valley if Franklin would have left or got fired, but it's going to be happening anytime soon. As Penn State goes from 4-5 to 7-6, 11-11 in 2 years to 11-2 this year in a Rose Bowl win. Fourth down coming up for Penn State, but that, you know, if he'd want to leave, you know, Kyle Whittingham would have been a possible candidate to go coach a even bigger school than Utah, but he's also you know, done well in Salt Lake City. So why would he want to leave, and why would he want to leave now? I mean, especially after 2 straight Rose Bowl appearances, and then you're at the top of the conference now as it is, and teams are going to be leaving, and you're still going to be at the top of the conference, you think. So just tying up loose ends from, as Penn State will down it, or they say touchback. They say downed at the half-yard line, at the G on the goal line. With 6:14 to play as the rain continues to fall. But just over the past couple years up until now, because it's been a whirlwind, to say the least. Up and down, wave of emotions. You know, Penn State 0-5 to 4-5, 5-0 to 7-6, and then 11-2 this season with a Rose Bowl win when they're 11-11 entering 2022. And that's just not 11-11 for the year 2022. That's as many wins and losses they had combined the past 2 years. And they get out of that hole because they found a running game, and the defense got back to playing Penn State defense. That's what I'm saying. Man, they're right there. They are. Like, I wouldn't be surprised they make the playoff next year. And they should be in the playoff, you would have to think, year in and year out, once it goes to 12. Because they've been right there as a top 12 team. You know, as mentioned once again, half of the years Franklin's been here. And they've made a bowl game in every year other than 20, even though everybody was invited to a bowl game. They decided not to go. Reasonings aside, who knows? Who cares? Everybody was in scare tactics then, afraid of what the hell was going to happen. But Franklin will get the 4-4 in bowl games at Penn State. But as mentioned earlier, 16, 17, 18, and 19, along with this year, if the college football playoff was a 12-team format, they'd be in. And they, in those seasons, would have had to have played first-round matchups. Drawing a blank now on the official teams. I know this year it would have been at Ohio State in round one as the 11 seed. Ohio State then as a 5 seed, even though technically they were 4, but under the new format, it's the top 4 conference champs. And then, you know, the 5th as the non-power 5, and then you get 6 at-larges for 12. 1, 2, 3, and 4 get a bye, and then, you know, 5 plays 12, 6 plays 11, or 5 plays 12. Yeah, just said, right? 5 plays 12, 6 plays 11, and 7 plays 10, along with 8 playing 9. So back of the 1, 1st and 10 Utah, hand off about a yard or 2 on the game, but yeah, they'd be in. And that's what's been frustrating. They've just been right there. I mean, hell, they should have got into 16 when they last went to the Rose Bowl. But then even though they won their conference, Ohio State, who they beat that year, still made it. Got blown out, and rightfully so at that point. So, I mean, Penn State lost the Rose Bowl still, but they're going to win it now tonight. But neither here nor there, but still, just... I'm telling you, watch out for Penn State football. You know, 11-2 in a Rose Bowl. I've been saying that all season, but it's just the fact matter of, you know, can they put it all together? Can they execute it? They have the talent. Can they, you know, put it out on the field, and can they win football games? They're going to win 11 games this year, and they have won 11 total the past 2 years combined. And the 2 losses were to both Michigan and Ohio State, who both made the college football playoffs, and then lost in 1-score games in the final seconds this past weekend. So, like I said, of any 2 teams to lose to, those would be the 2. They'll have to go to Ohio State next year. They'll get Michigan home. We'll go over the 2023 schedule later. We're going to see the ending of this game under 5 to play, 3rd and 5 for Utah. Bubble screen complete near side. And then a tackle by DDS, but they give them the first down at the 12, so it'll move to 6, 1st and 10. And then we'll watch the championship celebration. Hopefully this defense, honestly, can get the offensive ball back. And then, you know, Clifford can take one final kneel down. And then that'll be it. 1st and 10, Utah from the 12. Barnes' pass incomplete. and Daquan Hardy along with Sutherland on coverage. As you can tell, yeah, Penn State defensively has some backups in at this point, some subs. But that's the thing, defensively this year, at least early in the year, and then now, I mean, they got all that extra practice as everybody did for a bowl game. They bring up the 28-year difference between Rose Bowl wins for Penn State. So something with the number 28 now moving forward potentially, who knows? 2nd and 10, Utah. Dump off, Wilson on the tackle. But they played a ton of guys on defense this year. They have, overall, long story short with that. So this is very satisfying. This is very sweet. This is awesome. They're going to win the Rose Bowl. 3rd and 7 for Utah. Pass, incomplete, and there's a pass interference. Yeah, that's a good call. Could have been picked off, but they're going to get Keaton Ellis on a PI, and rightfully so. But, yeah. Yeah, Penn State's going to finish as a top 10 team. I think it depends on... Well, it really doesn't at this point because it's the last bowl game. It does depend on just how far the teams that lost in the bowl games fall. Like Herbie said, maybe top 7. I had said coming into bowl season, hell, even a month before that, going into November, we'll say. Like if they'd went out, which they did, they very well could be a top 10, top 8 team. They were. But then, remember, Utah won the Pac-12. They flip-flopped then. They might flip-flop again, for all we know. No, but then, I mean, preseason rankings don't mean shit. Look at TCU this year. Okay, they started unranked in their whole national championship game, for God's sakes. So, I mean, they do that just to have a idea of who's good and who's bad. But so it seems like at least. But 2nd and 2... Barnes is passing, complete out of bounds. 3rd down, 3:25 to play. But, Penn State's going to finish as a top 10 team. They probably should start off next year as a top 10 team. Of course, spring ball season going to start late August, early September next year as well. Against a old school opponent, and we'll get to them in a minute. We'll see if Penn State can take us home here and pick up a big W, though. 3rd and 2. And pass almost picked off by Kobe King. And then Katzer there as well. Incomplete 4th down for Utah. They'll go for it. Yeah, that's another pick. Gotta catch that, man. But I guess that's why you're also playing defense. But, yeah. That would have been a sealer for sure. But Utah going to go for it here. But don't convert. Penn State gets the ball back. They do convert. Well, they won't because Penn State stops them. Turnover on downs. And, yep. Yeah, Penn State's defense just, man. The offense, too. I mean, all the big plays they had. Dun, 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 da, 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 P. S. U. Let's go. PSU. And Clifford comes back out. Potential final drive for him as a Penn State starting quarterback. Hopefully everyone had a lot of pie. Over the holidays, we got 3-1-4 to play. 1st and 10, Penn State from the 37-yard line. Just get a couple first downs and take a knee. Game's over. And Tank Smith. And he'll get a first down run for 11. Say we'll have post game. They're not going to take us to Monday Night Football. Thank you. If they do, we'll pull it up on the other TV for post-game. We need to finish watching this game first off, but then we'll get the trophy ceremony. PSU, say it with me, let's go PSU, and we are Penn State. They're going to drain clock. Oh, he's taking guys out. And there's Sean and Liam, brothers, hugging it out on the Rose Bowl field. So they take a timeout to bring out the starters. He's had a lot said about him. But I think, with the way he played this year and the way he played today especially, that shut everybody the hell up. But they'll be first to move on to, next year real quick anyway. You need to be celebrating this for, the next 8-9 months, so I can guarantee you that. So they'll pull Clifford after they get a first down, and Drew Aller will come in now. But Clifford ain't going anywhere for Penn State football. Liam's at receiver, his younger brother. And yeah, Clifford's going to be tied for most wins in school history. As you can tell, he's in tears. And rightfully so. As I said a couple weeks ago, Penn State the past 20 years, and once again I said earlier, they're not known as a, quarterback school. Running backs, linebackers, defense. They went from Zach Mills to Michael Robinson to Morelli to Darryl Clark. Pat Devlin was in the mix there as well. Rob Bolden was in and out. McGloin walked on. In comes Hack with O'Brien in his first season. Of course, leaves, goes to the NFL. He's at Alabama. We'll see where he lands. Continue to wish him success, for what he did, helping out Penn State in a time of need in 12 and 13. As McGloin was the starting quarterback in 12, Hagenberg in 13. But then from then, it's been Trace McSorley and Sean Clifford. And, you get 4, 7, 8 years out of 2 quarterbacks. Clifford's been there 6, but only starting 4. 19, 20, 21, and 22. And the future's bright, Third down. Can they get a first down, and can they get a Gatorade bath? Okay, can they ice it? Utah calling their timeouts, but they got some merch already there on the sideline and roses. Yeah, these seniors have been through a lot. I don't know of any senior class so stacks up to 10 years ago in 12. And, for the ones who stayed, and, everybody counted out Penn State. Penn State's always been hated because they do the right thing. Okay? They're heroes. They're winners. And on 4th and 5 here, potentially the final play of the season on offense, they are Penn State football. Drew's pass into the end zone be incomplete, so they'll turn it back over. Utah getting it back. Offense could still get the ball back once more, but we'll see. Turnover would be nice to see. Like, get the offense back out there with a kneel down. Put Clifford back out there just to take the knee, even though he's already come out. As literally, it feels like every teammate has come over to hug him. As they got the Gatorade bath ready. What color is it going to be? Is it going to be blue? Is it going to be white and clear? Is it going to be red? As didn't splatter the Utes, but their defense had a few holes in the second half. So there's all the merch. There's roses that they'll be chewing on here in a minute. Clifford putting some roses in his pants. And his hand warmer. Or are they going to dump Franklin in the box of roses rather than a Gatorade bath? That's what it looks like. The camera is still on Clifford. They have a split screen. Yeah, they're going to dump Franklin in rose petals rather than Gatorade. And as much shit as Franklin's been through, you know, he's still the head coach. So 1st and 10 for Utah. Minute 42 to play. And they'll sack him. With 5 of those 6 in the second half, because remember they had 1 going into halftime, right at halftime as well. And they shut out Utah in the second half, I might add. Wow. Just, yeah, it shows you how good this defense is. Barnes going to step up and run, got a 3rd down coming up. Minute 5 and counting. But yeah, this is pass down the middle, caught. No. Keep the shutout. Keep the shutout in the second half. Don't let them score. 1st and goal, Utes at the 5. Should have picked that off. They're going to hurry up, probably spike it. Penn State with a timeout. Yep, 43 seconds, 1st and goal, Utah. So Franklin, hey. Yep. And rightfully so. It's been a long time coming. I can guarantee you that. First and goal, Utah. Keep them out of the end zone. No touchdown here. I mean, you're still going to win, but the over-under's at 54, I might add. Barnes going to step up and run into the end zone. Incomplete. So, you know, yeah. 42, 49, they score. The over hits. The under's right now in favor. Penn State's going to cover. But there's the rose petals still. They're going to dump on head coach James Franklin. And keep them out. Keep them out. Forced to shut out this second half. Barnes looking to throw. They get to him. As he gets drilled, it's incomplete. 3rd and goal, Utah at the 5 with 28 seconds to go. Clock's running even though it was incomplete. Why is the clock running? They'll reset it to 28 seconds. But, all right. We'll update stats and scores and whatnot at the end here. And we're not going to be going anywhere. We're going to watch the celebration. We still got a lot to talk about, so don't go anywhere. Stick with it. 3rd and goal. Pass. Caught. Touchdown, Utah. God damn it. So the over is going to hit. I didn't bet on the game anyway, but the thing is the shutout in the second half. They had them. I guess I jinxed them with what I had said a little bit ago. But at least, hey, Penn State's going to get the ball back. They'll kick an onside kick probably. Why the hell not? But Penn State will get 1-0 down. And then that'll be it. And Penn State's going to win the Rose Bowl. And the extra point's up and good. 35-21. And those two big plays right now, that's the difference in this game. Unless, we wouldn't have had a soft past couple minutes, fourth quarter for that matter. So, win's a win at the end of the day. That's all that matters. So Utah on the kickoff. We'll see if they kick it deep or might have to think onside kick. That's what Penn State's ready for. And they'll kick it near side on the onside, and it'll be recovered by Penn State at midfield. So 1-0 down. Penn State will win at 35-21 over Utah in the granddaddy of them all, 109th Rose Bowl. I'd put Clifford back out there to take the knee. I would. But it doesn't look like that's going to be the case. So here comes the kneel down. There's the rose petals. And Penn State is going to win the Rose Bowl, 35-21 over Utah. And that'll do it. Yeah. They get Gatorade on Franklin and rose petals. He tackles some players. They finally dump him with all those as well. You motherfuckers. Penn State wins the Rose Bowl. 35-21. Post-game handshakes with Franklin and Kyle Whittingham. Franklin, did he lose his glasses? Yeah. Dun, 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 dun. We are Penn State. Dun, 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 ESPN News, Penn State fans. ESPN News will be the celebration, trophy ceremony. James Franklin post-game interview, though, in the meantime. He's happy. Yeah. Respect all around. Special teams, 5 extra points. But the defense put them down in the second half. Offense made big plays. Had a running game today as well, thank God. And they had a running game all season, I might add. Franklin's happy. Yeah, everything. We are. So post-game handshakes all around. Penn State is victorious, and they win the 2023 Rose Bowl 35-21 over Utah. Yeah. That's what I said earlier. It's been a... Yeah, to say the least. And Fowler, somebody who used to live in State College, hell of a way to cap this 3-year stretch off. It's been up and down since 2020. For everyone, for that matter, but Penn State football on the field. 0-5 to 4-5, 5-0 to 7-6. 11 wins total entering 2022. They finish 11-2 now this year alone in a Rose Bowl win against Utah. And Penn State is the first Big Ten team to win a 2023 football game. Yep. I mean, the Rose Bowl's the Rose Bowl. You can't get much better than that other than the playoff. Yeah. Clifford going to go celebrate with some fans. Throws some roses into the stands. They said ESPN News for the trophy ceremony. Monday Night Football going to start on ESPN. But, oh, what a night. And they'll be celebrating tonight. They'll be celebrating the whole way home. And they'll be celebrating from now until opening kick of next year. So Clifford now going to get interviewed. See what he has to say. But ESPN News for the trophy ceremony. Thankful. Yeah, top to bottom, we are Penn State.
You had one of the best games of your career in this moment. Two of the longest pass plays in Penn State history. You didn't just go out and win. You went
Two of the longest pass plays in Penn State history. Did they hear that right?
What does that mean to you, Sean?
And the longest passing touchdown in Rose Bowl history as well. I'm just proud. Yeah, records are records, and records are meant to be broken, and he broke all of them as a starting quarterback at Penn State. But all that matters is a win. He'll be remembered. And as iconic as the 11 is, the 14's the same way. So, Penn State wins the Rose Bowl, 35-21. I could see somebody taking a chance on him next level. I just don't know who. But like I said, he's already been signed to go play up in Canada if he wants to. He'll be up on the stage there with Franklin, probably Singleton, a couple defensive players. And probably Musfer, Carter, putting Sutherland up there. Jair Brown, I'd have to think. But all of Utah's fans have left for the most part. And all that's left is people in white. Trophy ceremony. Penn State wins Rose Bowl 35-21. I'll take a break real quick, it looks like. And we'll get back to it here shortly. All right, commercial break. Trophy ceremony still to come. Update final Utah stats and scores. Cam Rising, before he went down with an injury, is 8 of 21 for 95 yards passing, a touchdown. His interception was a difference at a point in time, but then Penn State still ended up scoring anyway, more points. So that really didn't matter. But it, of course, helped out. You know, would have only been a one-score game then at that point with Utah's late touchdown. Jaquindon Jackson had 13 carries, 81 yards rushing, and a touchdown as well. Micah Bernard, 11 of 59. Rising, 9 of 56. That was a factor until he got hurt as well. Vele, 5 catches, 100 yards on the dot. 6 of 64 and a touchdown for Jalen Dixon. But those are Utah's stats and scores. There's a trophy presentation. Penn State is Rose Bowl game champions to end 2022 and kickstart 2023 off with a W. We are. Nope. Let it rain. Let it pour. Bring it on. The trophy that goes to the champions from the Tournament of Roses to Happy Valley. The Leishman Trophy. Penn State is Rose Bowl champions. For the second time ever in program history. And 28 years to the day. January 2nd, 1995 to January 2nd, 2023. So I said, they can beat anybody out of the Pac-12 other than USC in the Rose Bowl. They beat Oregon, now beat Utah. But they haven't been able to beat USC in the Rose Bowl. Now they'll be conference opponents in 2 years. Franklin interview. Family by his side. Yeah. All of us or none of us. All of Nittany Nation, Rose Bowl, baby. Couldn't be happier. We are Penn State. Yeah, the defense made stops, plain and simple, and they continue to run the football. They work some clock. The big explosive plays, though. What'd I say? Yeah, field position was key, too. Congrats to Penn State football, the Rose Bowl champions. As we say it again. Say it a third time. Say it as many fucking times as we want. Because nobody can take it from you. They're going to give out individual awards now for MVPs. I'd have to thank Sean Clifford, maybe Singleton. Yep. Yep. Everything. Yeah, this offensive line this year. If they have the lines they have the past couple years, I mean, who knows? They're probably not be able to run the football as they couldn't. You know, I mean, it starts there, and it starts with the running game. And Clifford made plays too, but this defense, man, this defense, and they're going to lose a lot of guys. But all right, Clifford and Jair Brown are your MVPs. He had an interception, 22-yard return, but they couldn't capitalize off that pick. They capitalized off the earlier one. But he's also a senior. He'll be gone. You know. Hell of this, hell of that, hell of a win. Penn State's right there. They always have been. And the thing is, nobody likes it. Well, tough shit. This does mean a lot. Yeah, this win is Penn State. Penn State. Penn State. You're welcome. But I mean, this has to be one of the biggest wins they've had in the past 10 years. This has to be one of the biggest wins in Franklin's tenure. Penn State. And we are, in fact, Rose Bowl champions, exactly. I don't know if, over the past 10 years, if anything's going to stack up against that 16 Ohio State game. Let alone the Big Ten title win that year. But a Rose Bowl win tonight. Now Franklin just needs to go win the Sugar, Peach, and Orange Bowls. And back to that stat, as I mentioned earlier, he'd then join Bob Stoops and then Joe Paterno, as they're the only two head coaches ever, all time, to win all major bowl games in New Year's Six. He's already won the Cotton Bowl. He's already won the Fiesta Bowl. 2 Rose Bowl appearances, and now he's also 1-1, just like Joe was. Playoff and national championship is next. And the national championship game a week from now is probably going to be at halftime. But Penn State's the 2023 Rose Bowl game champions. Former players in attendance, I might add, on the field now as well. Whether they have their wisdom teeth or not. Fans starting to file out. Touchdown Penn State, but oh, what a night. And we'll see what else they do here for celebration. And that's it. They fade to black and give us what's on TV right now, which is Monday Night Football. So man, I don't even know where to start. As always, thanks for tuning in and watching. What a game. What a second half by Penn State defensively. Big win. Huge win. You got to build off of this, though, now, moving forward. You do. You celebrate this now, tomorrow, the day after that, rest of this week, rest of this month, all next month, the following month, the month after that, all off season long. From now until spring ball, even though that team's going to be different than this team, but you celebrate it all summer long, and then you get into 2023. Hell, you celebrate it for one full year. Those roses in the helmet are staying up. Penn State's Rose Bowl champs. Next season's going to be here before you know it. Okay? But here's the 2022 team. You know, they started the year back September the 1st. So what? 5 months gone by and a day later? September, October, November, December, January. Yes, 5 months and a day later, they pick up their 11th win. When they had 11 total coming into this year, the past 2 years combined. You know, what could have been then, but what is now, and they're Rose Bowl champs. But it was a come-from-behind win on the road on a Thursday night, first ever Thursday night game to kick off the year for Penn State football, and they beat Purdue. Then they won a couple of non-conference games, home and away. Remember, they went to the Plains and beat up on Auburn. So they say it means more in the SEC, but Penn State won, as they did last year as well, against the Tigers, Lions, Tigers, and Rose Bowl champion game win against the Utah Utes. Oh my. But they had officially 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 teams from this 2022 season that went to a bowl game this year. And they got 6 opponents next year on the schedule that went to bowl games this season as well. Technically 5, Delaware out of the FCS. They made the FCS playoff, so. Purdue got their ass kicked earlier by LSU. So Brian Kelly, and when he was at Notre Dame, continues to beat the Boilermakers. Ohio won after they lost the MAC. Minnesota won their bowl game, as did Maryland. And then, you know, Penn State's 2 losses and Michigan and Ohio State, 2 better losses to have. Losing sucks. Don't want to have a loss at all. But if anybody, you know, all right, whatever. They still won the Rose Bowl when they didn't win the Fiesta Bowl. They didn't win the Peach Bowl. They didn't win the college football playoff. They're not playing in the national championship game next week. Now it's Penn State, but Penn State won the Rose Bowl. As Ohio State did last year over Utah. The Harbaugh rumors are going to swirl again. But what, averaging 36, I said? And then they score 35 tonight? Right on the money. Only giving up 21 when they're only averaging giving up 18, so pretty spot on. You know, Utah's defense late, after the injury to their quarterback, Cam Rising, they couldn't make stops when Penn State's defense could. So that's when the game changed. When he went down, Penn State's defense made stops and their offense took advantage of it and just honestly never looked back. But yeah, as mentioned, here's the 2022 team. A win's a win. That's all that matters. Win is a win. This is a big, sweet win, though. Let me tell you, it is. Like I said earlier, I've seen them play in the Rose Bowl twice. Third time was the charm tonight because they hadn't won the previous two. Won 28 years ago to the day today, but I wasn't around yet. Well, I don't even thought of, for that matter. And they lost, of course, their lone Rose Bowl appearance 100 years ago, and one day yesterday. As I said, they are 2-3 now in the Rose Bowl. All three losses are USC. They beat Oregon and beat Utah. The Rose Bowl is going to be part of the playoff still moving forward. And Penn State, in, the thick of it as a top 12 team, year in and year out for the most part, you would think moving forward they should also, be in the playoff. Starting potentially next year in the final year of the 14 format, but then 2024 on. And that's what I said, this win's pretty sweet, but this might, just be the start. Might just be the beginning of potentially what's to come. They have so much talent with recruiting and then, the transfer portal and all that jazz. You play with who you have, though. I don't care if 5-star, 4-star, 3-star, 2-star, 1-star, fucking walk on, okay? Execution's key. This year they finally got back to being able to run the football. And that's what, this offensive line, man, you got to give them all the credit in the world. Because they haven't looked half bad. Compared to past couple years, they honestly looked like one of the best offensive lines ever. Because they were pretty bad up front. They couldn't run the football. They couldn't. But now they got back to it, able to run the ball. Same start as it was last year, and then it's okay, what's going to happen next? Well, the same thing happened then, and they lost. But then they won, they lost again, and they have one out. Technically, have won 5 straight now with the Rose Bowl win today. And it's officially a 35-21 win. So I don't know how much more basic with, the 8 touchdowns that were scored today and a final score like that can get. That's, just basic video game numbers, or basic backyard football, scores. 35-21, not 35-20 or, anywhere in between or whatever. Man, this team, they should put the 22 year up on the suites, up on the side of the stadium, I'd have to think. Because, those years are, crucial years throughout Penn State football history. Last one that's up is 16 because they won the Big Ten. Before that, it's 2012 because of the team. 08 and 05 before that because they also won the Big Ten. Went to the Rose Bowl. Lost it in 16 as well, but then went and won the Orange Bowl in 05. You go back from there. 94 is undefeated and won the Rose Bowl on January 2nd, 95. Here we are 28 years the day later, and they win the Rose Bowl once again. So, and then, throughout history dating back to where that starts at, I think they should add the 2022 team. I think they will, to that honor, to the legacy of Penn State football, for our towns, our cities, our state, all the nation, our valley. It's our team and we are Penn State. For the Black Shoes, basic blues, and names all game. Hearing any noise, just some dogs. Man, that's why I said I don't even know where to begin. I don't even know where to start. I've said what I've said, but this is just This is special. This is a big win. This is. So other than a trip to the national championship game, let alone the playoff, you can't get much more sweeter than the Rose Bowl. The Rose Bowl is just that one game. That man just it has that aura. Like when you say Rose Bowl, like even a sport fan's gonna know what that is, or non-sport fan, I should say. Excuse me. Just for everything they've been through, especially the past couple years, but then the team in general, the program in general, like I said, this is honestly their first, if not second, maybe third, depending on how you want to rank them, biggest win the past decade. Because everybody counted them out. Remember, they wanted to give Penn State the death penalty. They did. They wanted to say no more with what happened. But, one man can't take down the pride of the Lions. Of course, Joe Paterno was the one that took the blame. Since then, like I said, I mean, if you know, O'Brien takes over. Franklin now in his 9th season, going to go into year 10 next year. Hard to believe already. From 14 to 22, 14 to 23. The spring game is going to be mid-April, April 15th to be exact. And then in come the Mountaineers of West Virginia for home and home the next 2 seasons. So they'll renew that rivalry, which should be pretty good. But we'll get more into a preview of next year here in a minute. But as I said, I don't even know where they'll begin. Just on a high. Man, this is awesome. It might not sound like it right now, but this is pretty fucking sweet. You can't get much better than this. This is top notch. It's a Rose Bowl win. Teams from the Big Ten and the Pac-12, let alone any school for that matter, would die. 1, to get to a bowl game. 2, let alone win a bowl game. But 3, to get to a bowl game of this magnitude, and then let alone win it. That's what you keep, pushing. Well, eventually you're going to get pushed back. And yeah, Penn State, everybody counted them out. Everybody said, no, you're done. But last I checked, they're still standing. And they're Rose Bowl champs. Man, just loss of words. I am, I never hardly am. If you know me, I'm for the most part, we're going to talk your damn ear off. This team will be remembered. I'll say that. This team will be remembered. But the thing is, moving forward, the future's bright. They got a lot still to do. The job's still unfinished. That's what I said at the start of the year, and I'll say it now, as I said all season long. Watch out for Penn State football. That's the thing. If they can put it together with all the talent they have and go out and win, watch out for Penn State football. Because there's serious potential with the blue and white to, like I said, next step would to be make the playoff, which they should have already been in at least once under the current format, but then got screwed out of it. That's neither here nor there. But moving forward, that's the next goal. Get to the playoff. They should get to the playoff for sure once it gets to 12 teams. And then who knows what the hell's going to happen then at that point, you know? So I play a game, people. It's not on paper, it's not on the field. We can talk about it, predict this, predict that, analyze it this way, that way. We're not coaching, we're not playing. Coaches and players are, you know, and that's why there's upsets. We had an upset earlier today as we started, as mentioned. So, yeah, just watch out for Penn State football. They're going to be riding a high, but at the same point in time, you don't want to, you know, get too high on that horse and then, you know, fall from fucking face of the earth. Because next year it'll be Drew Aller at quarterback. They'll still have the running backs they have in Singleton and the Fat Man. We'll see how the receiving room looks. They still have depth. But defensively, it's just going to be plug and play. They have, and they did a good job at it with getting reps. So I said earlier this year, they were playing seemingly everybody as much as they possibly could. And then got some key reps late in a big game like this. You know, that is going to add in to everything they've done this year, you know, which this year started at the end of last year after they lost the Outback Bowl. And we come full circle a year later, 366 days later, they win the Rose Bowl. So now next season's going to technically start tomorrow, but they need to keep it cool, no doubt about it. You know, like I said, you don't want to get too cocky. You know, Penn State's not that type of team anyway. You know, they don't show up in Army fatigues and then get their ass kicked. So, by the way, that happened 35 years ago today. And then 35-21 final score with the 28-year gap in between the Rose Bowls. But, man, just... like I said, I know it might not sound like it, but just joy and excitement. I'm just trying to, you know, pinpoint where to fucking start. I mean, I'm talking, trying to, you know, get through this one way or another. This is sweet. This is, like I said, just loss of words. This is, you don't see a Rose Bowl win, you know, every fucking year. You know, it's been 6 years since they last went. It's been 20 years since they last won. Okay, so that doesn't, you know, tell you, then I don't know what does. And then the Big Ten, they should add in a couple more losses today, but they should have finished above 500 in bowl season. They started out strong, had a couple losses, a couple more losses, but then Penn State, the lone Big Ten team to win in 2023. And they'll still be the lone Big Ten team to win in 2023 until next season. Yeah, they'll start off at home with West Virginia. And then they'll host Delaware. And then conference play before a bye week. They'll have to go to the land of Lincoln twice in a 3-week span. Go to Illinois, host Iowa late September, and then go to Northwestern before the bye, and then a non-conference game mid-October, which is rare. That'll be UMass. Then, as next season will probably be similar to this year and last year, mid to late October, then they go to Ohio State before Indiana comes in Halloween weekend. Then November, it's at Maryland, Michigan, Rutgers, at Michigan State. The playoff semis next year, it's either going to be the cotton and orange or the rose and sugar, whatever's next in line after what we just saw, the Fiesta and Peach Bowl, because that's on a 3-year cycle. And then that'll be the last of that before the 12-team format comes into play in 24. And next year, I might add for the schedule, as I said, the spring game is on April the 15th, which will be after Easter. Big Ten football games, as Penn State very well might have played their final football game on ESPN for quite some time, unless it's a non-conference game or during bowl season, because Big Ten games are no longer going to be played on ABC, ESPN. The conference signed a deal with CBS, Fox, and NBC. So games are going to be on CBS Sports Network, Paramount Plus, Fox, FS1, and Big Ten Network, as they already are, but then now NBC and Peacock as well moving forward. And also, as we did see the Big Ten Commissioner and Kevin Warren on the field celebrating with Penn State, along with Penn State's president and athletic director, conference could potentially have a new commissioner and a little bit sometime soon as well, potentially. We'll see. But that's that. What the hell's going on here?
I don't know. I don't really pray. This young man is going to be okay. It's just
Oh shit, did something happen on Monday Night Football? Praying that the player is going to be okay. What the fuck happened? Do they think he's dead? Did he break his neck? Like, what the fuck happened? Middle of the first quarter here, 6:45 to play. This is about 15 minutes ago. And it happened on a 2nd and 3. The pass was caught, and then a tackle. Oh, shit. So whistles, they blow it dead. And they're going to back everybody up. And didn't he get hurt earlier this year? Doesn't he have a history of head and neck injuries? What the fuck happened? So they're going to get the players away. They're going to take a timeout, and rightfully so. What the fuck? All right, so they'll take a break. It's football. You know you're going to get hit and potentially hurt when you sign up. I didn't see anything, potentially big, dangerously happen. But Hamlin from Pitt, as they bring the stretcher out for him. Not a cart, the stretcher. And remember, Tua got stretchered out in primetime at Cincinnati earlier this year as well. And I believe he was hurt on a Monday night when they played the Titans at home earlier this year, too, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, so everybody's like, oh shit. Like, hopefully he's okay. Here's a replay. Yeah, he made the tackle. He got hit. Oh shit, and then he just fucking fell backwards. Stood up, but as he just, yep, I'm falling down. Hopefully he's okay. Because I was wondering, why the hell in the middle of the game do they go back to the studio? It's not fucking halftime yet. I'm like, something's up. I gotta see what the hell's going on here. So, rewind it, and he got an injury. And everybody's like, in shock. Now they have the ambulance out onto the field. Which, yeah, didn't he get hurt earlier this year? So the ambulance is now out on the field.
Well, you can see that the ambulance is out there on the field.
Yep, thank you, Joe Buck and Troy Aikman.
Intensely working on DeMar Hamlin.
He made the tackle, stood up, but then just lost consciousness, it looked like, and just fell backwards, fell down. And like, oh my God.
There's just nothing to say right now. Take another break.
Yeah, there isn't anything to say, so they're going to take another break. I mean, what can you say? He would have been on the pit teams that most recently played Penn State, I might add, as well. And also, I believe during the Steeler-Bill game earlier this year, too, he was the one that, you know, was John and trying to stir some shit up. So, you know, don't want to see anybody get hurt by any means, but I guess karma is a bitch. And I shouldn't even say that right now, but still. I'm pretty sure that's him. I could be wrong. But 9 minutes they've been checking on him. And they just fell down. Like, what the hell? Don't know the extent. Yeah, the whole entire Bills team's out there by the ambulance, huddled up, circling around. All right. Lisa Salters, we are Penn State, former Lady Lion basketball player. Oh shit, they're giving him CPR.
Breaks that we've taken. As Lisa said, DeMar Hamlin has been down for over 9 minutes now.
And he hasn't come to.
Everybody watching, praying, and looking for the best.
So they'll take another break. We're still about 10 minutes behind here. And now the teams have come together. When do you see this happen? You don't. And this is a matchup potentially for the AFC #1 seed in the playoffs, potential, you know, playoff preview. But they were giving him CPR. So backboard to a stretcher, some applause, but they're going to put him in the ambulance. And you know what the NFL is going to do? They're going to play football. They're going to continue to play after all this. But now, just a wave of emotions, like, who's going to take advantage of it?
We'll give you an update as soon as we can. We'll send it to Susie Cole.
So they're going to go to the studio, and that's when I had noticed it.
Okay, Joe, we're watching just this emotional scene play out.
Yeah,
in Cincinnati,
to say the
New
least.
York Studios. DeMar Hamlin, big grad, 24 years old, administered CPR down, obviously, for an extended period.
Down on the field, and they're giving him CPR after a hit in a football game. He didn't get the hit, he made the hit, and then he got up and he fell down. Yeah, he just collapsed.
One of those things, the hit doesn't look bad, but I mean, often that's how it is.
Yeah, the less significant ones are the worst. That's why the non-contact injuries are the worst. They're speechless. Yeah, you do. You hate to see anybody get hurt, for that matter.
When a teammate is down, and then the game is expected to resume.
Yeah, the game's going to resume after all this. I don't think hardly anybody's been in this situation. When was the last time they gave a player CPR on the field in the middle of a game? That's what I said. Do they think he's dead?
Because their teammate on the field is bigger than whatever's going to happen at some point tonight on the field.
Yeah.
The well-being of their team.
Like, this is going to overtake the whole entire game now.
So I don't
Yeah, for sure.
I wouldn't be worried about that. If they're concerned about that, if they have to, I guess they'll figure it out. But the health and well-being
Yeah.
of our brother on the field is the most important thing right now.
And you gather yourself and figure out a way to focus.
Well, it's chilling to watch the whole thing. There's no other way to describe it.
Yeah.
And you're not used to seeing something like this unfold.
Ever.
Ambulance on the field. I don't recall seeing an ambulance
Yeah.
on the field. And to just see this, there's prayers all across the entire community. Everybody's thinking of Lamar Hamlin right now. And that's all we can do is hope and pray that he's okay, because it is chilling, scary
Yeah.
to watch the entire situation unfold on the field.
The way it has.
Everybody gathered
Yeah.
around and everybody praying. This young man is going to be okay. This is tough. It's tough to watch, man.
Yeah. Which, like I said, it wasn't a big hit. He just made a simple tackle and he got up and collapsed.
Like, the only rule we have, like, we want to walk off and go home to our families after the game, man. And to see this young man there, man, that's tough.
To your point, Bo, the teams are going to be given as much time as they need.
Okay, teams are going to be given as much time as they need to resume the game then.
And DeMar Hamlin,
So they'll probably have a halftime before a halftime. Maybe not even a halftime at that point. Probably still a halftime.
of course,
They'll have to basically restart the game at 7-3 in the meantime.
he wasn't listed on this condition. And that would be foremost in our thoughts. That's
So we'll see if,
everyone in the NFL.
they get back to it here anytime soon. And we're going to continue to recap the Rose Bowl. I just wanted to see what the hell was going on there.
We'll be back.
Okay, so they've cleared the field. The ambulance is gone. Teams are back on the sidelines. They'll go to break. We'll fast forward here again. And they're huddling up. Coaches and the refs are talking.
Okay, we're going to say a prayer. We're going to say a prayer for tomorrow. They're going to try to continue to play this game.
They're going to try to continue to play.
Sean Smith,
What if they don't?
each head coach, the two head coaches, you can see got together, and they'll have 5 minutes to warm up.
5 minutes to warm up, they said.
Play this game.
And then they're going to resume play.
After that, you've been calling these games. First of all,
And then hopefully he's okay.
anything like
Who
this.
knows if they'll have an update
Turns
tonight
to how do you, as a
or
member
anytime
of
soon
the
for that
Bills
matter.
Or the Cincinnati Bengals really continue on, want to play football at the intense level it takes to go out
Yeah.
there and play this game.
Well, the game becomes secondary, there's no doubt. And everybody's thoughts now and throughout the rest of this ball game are going to be on the well-being of DeMar Hamlin. And you can see it in all of the players' faces and the concern and how they are then able to come back and
Huh.
play.
That's,
Is no one's been through this. I've never seen anything like it either.
yeah, this is a first for everybody.
John Ferry,
First for all of us.
as an official, you and I
They don't know what to do.
during the break, I mean, this is uncharted water really for everyone.
Yeah.
20 years, I've never felt what I'm feeling right now. Never seen.
They're probably on the phone with the league office, I might add, too. Trying to figure out what the hell to do. Now the coaches are going to get back together with the refs and talk it over.
Zach Taylor's now walking across the field to Sean McDermott as these two.
Okay. What the hell's going on now?
Send it down to Lisa.
Lisa Salters on update.
There's so much emotion down here on the Bills sideline right now. After Hamlin was taken away by ambulance, the Bills players just came to their sideline and they just looked devastated. Some
The
players
Bills are
just
devastated,
sat
they say.
staring out of the field. Other players were hugging each other. Other guys were openly weeping. At one point, Stephon Diggs tried to refocus everybody. He called everybody to gather around him.
Like, I doubt they would, but you never know. They said 5 minutes to get warmed up, but would they, like, postpone it? Would they resume it tomorrow? Would they just
we said, they've been given
forfeit, cancel as if, nothing happened.
The word we get from down the field, but nobody's moving. I mean, nobody's out there really warming up. Everybody's just stagnant.
We'll see what they say now.
McDermott, after talking to Zach Taylor, is going to pull his team off the field.
Game has been temporarily suspended. The teams are going to go into the locker rooms. 5:58 to play in the first quarter. It's 7-3. It's not like 0-0. It's 7-3. If it was 0-0, I mean, that'd be a different story, I think. But 7-3, I mean, there's already been points scored. You can't really, do anything about it now. You got to figure something out. What are they going to do? And these fans, I mean, I can understand why they'd be pissed. But they give the Bills a standing ovation as they walk into the tunnel. No, I don't think anybody knows what the hell's going on. Player was given CPR on the field and then taken by ambulance. Bills-Bengals on Monday Night Football. Game has temporarily been suspended. It's been 23 minutes since the injury. And technically, we're about live TV now. We're about a minute behind. We've gotten back damn near close to it. Not sure anything's off the table. All right, so they're going to go through all the potential scenarios and what they can do. I think their biggest fear is they don't want to play if he's dead, or at least play on. I mean, they were giving him CPR on the field. A complete unknown, all right. Wow. Game temporarily suspended. When was the last time an NFL game was temporarily suspended? If ever. 5:58 to play in the first quarter. And now we're back to live TV. So yeah, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens, but they're going back to the studio. Coming up on 5 hours here in the meantime. And once again, thanks for tuning in and watching. That's that situation. But we're going to give a full recap now of the Rose Bowl. Like I said, I don't even know where to start once again. Other than with everything I've already said, honestly, it just, Penn State's running game and their defense won them the game today, and they won them 11 games total this year. Plain and simple. Go back through my notes here real quick. So we're going to grab anything and talk about it. Penn State's now 26-14 all time against the Pac-12. 1-0 all time now against Utah in the first ever meeting today. They should rise in the rankings, should finish as a top 10 team, I'd have to think, with the Rose Bowl win. 11-2 finish after 11 total wins the past 2 years combined. So Utah, their second straight Rose Bowl, they're now 0-2 all time, losing to Ohio State and Penn State. Third time's charm next year. We'll see. So Penn State now 31-19-2 all time in 52 bowl game appearances. Franklin 4-4 at Penn State in bowl games. 1-1 in Rose Bowls, and another New Year's Six Bowl win, I might add, as he's already won the Cot in the Fiesta, so he just needs now to win the Sugar, the Peach, and the Orange. To join Joe Paterno and Bob Stoops as the only other two head coaches in college football history to have won all 6 major bowl games. What else we got here? So yeah, Penn State now 2-3 in the Rose Bowl. First ever Rose Bowl was 100 years ago yesterday. They won it today, 100 years and a day later today. They're 2-3. Wins against Oregon, Utah, 3 losses USC. So once again, when they play USC, they lose in the Rose Bowl. But when they're playing somebody else, they're winning. Now USC and UCLA are both going to be joining the Big Ten in 24. USC plays, of course, the Coliseum. UCLA plays at the Rose Bowl. So Penn State, home and away games, they're going to have to go out to LA and play at USC and UCLA in due time, just like everybody else in the conference will have to. So there's that. Make, more trips out west. As the game is temporarily suspended, please stand by for further information. So we'll stand by for further information. Game temporarily suspended. And the crowd, some people are getting up and walking out. Probably going to the bathroom, get something to drink. Maybe leaving for that matter. Probably no, who knows. But everybody else is just staying in their seats. Like, imagine if that would have happened in the fucking cold. Well, what would they be doing? It's football weather. It's cold as it is, but not as cold as it was last weekend. But hopefully everyone had a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year, and what a start to the new year. Penn State wins Rose Bowl and finished at 11-2. So there's that. 6-5 now all time on Mondays in bowl games. 5 of 7 as well. It's the Rose Bowl. It means a lot. It's special. And a win's a win. Whether, non-conference game, conference game, bowl game, win's a win. This does mean more, though. At least to me it does. For as, if you know me personally, a diehard Penn State fan as I am, and then now covering the team and have been, my 20th year of also watching football. What a way to, end it with a Rose Bowl win. And Penn State technically was the first to, 25, 28, 30, 35. And like I said earlier, potentially the first two that would win, and they did. Right there on the money, averaging 36, scored 35. Averaging, giving up 18, gave up 21 with a late touchdown with 100 minutes left. Which that was the first touchdown by Utah since the first half. They were shutting them out up until that point in time. It all starts up front, man. The offensive and defensive line, including just the defense in general. All around team win for sure. They were clicking on all cylinders once they got rolling there. A couple big explosive plays is what won them the game. The difference early was an interception that was for points, but they scored more. That's all it takes. It's not golf. But I wish Utah well. I do, because I do have a lot of respect for him, and I'm just not saying that for all of it. Like, if you know, you know. They're just one of those teams. Like, it's hard to root against. Because damn well they're probably going to go out and win. They didn't today. They'll technically finish 10-4. Penn State 11-2. Penn State ending the season as they started the season on a 5-game winning streak. What could have been, though, man? 4th and 6 and 9:26. If you know, you know, but go back to the Michigan and Ohio State games. What could have been? Those are two tough losses that sting to this point. But it's also sweeter that Penn State won the Rose Bowl and then neither Michigan or Ohio State won in the playoff, even though I wanted them to. Because as a Big Ten fan, you got to root for the conference during bowl season, you know, because it makes you look better as a program, it makes the conference look better as a whole, and just overall in general, it makes everybody look better. Okay, it's bragging rights. Yeah, so there's that. But what could have been? What could have fucking been? 4th and 6. And they go for it when they should have punted. Don't get it. One play later, Michigan touchdown, and then they blow them out from there. And then 9:26 to go. And then Ohio State defensively just turned on the Jets and made stop after stop after stop and scored a couple touchdowns in a couple minutes. And, you know, Penn State had both of them right where they wanted them at, man. They did. But what could have been with those two losses? Even just one of the two games with a loss. You know, rather than two losses. You know, they'd probably still be in the Rose Bowl. I doubt they'd be in the playoff. Somebody else would have been in the playoff. Probably been Alabama. That's probably who it would have been. But yeah, they start the season and end the season finishing strong. Starting fast and finishing strong. Started the same way they just ended, and that's on a 5-game winning streak. With losing 2 of 3 in mid-October. After a bye week, right before Halloween. Won at Purdue, beat Ohio, won at Auburn, won against Central Michigan and Northwestern in the first Beaver Stadium beer run. Bye week, then they lost at Michigan. Then they beat Minnesota in the whiteout before they lost to Ohio State. And then they haven't lost since. They beat Indiana on the road, Maryland at home, shutting the Terps out, who won their bowl game, might add. And then 50-point win at Rutgers, beat Michigan State, won back both trophies they play for in rivalry games, and the Governor's Victory Bell and the Land Grant Trophy as well, defeating the Golden Gophers and Spartans in Minnesota, Michigan State. And then they beat Utah in the Rose Bowl, so they added to that trophy case and add some more hardware to that with the Rose Bowl trophy. So yeah, 11-2 for Penn State. But what could have been with those two losses is all I'll say. If you know, you know. 4th and 6 and 9:26 against Michigan and Ohio State. What could have been? As Monday Night Football is still temporarily suspended. But they still finished strong. You know, once again, they finished the season as they started it on a 5-game winning streak. And they smell the roses now. They're celebrating as the 2023 Rose Bowl champion, Penn State football Nittany Lions. In the rain, I might add. It never rains in Southern California. So, whatever that has to do with it, there's that. They covered the over hit for anyone interested. The refs let them play. We had Big 12 refs. The refs let them play. Officially had, pull up some team stats now. Only 7 total penalties. 4 against Utah, 3 against Penn State. And the 2 turnovers were both by Utah, and interceptions only led to 7 points. Penn State wins by 14, but it would have been interesting late if that touchdown still happened under a minute to go and then they get an onside kick. You know, if Penn State doesn't have that. This damn fan has been pissing me off the past couple days. Blows cool air, and then all of a sudden, boom, I'm going to make a ton of noise. When the speed stays the same. Probably needs cleaned. It is getting a little old, though, too. But with that being said, they still made plays offensively and stopped them on defense in the second half. So, that turnover early, was the difference. But really, at the end of the day, it didn't matter. Even though the points were nice. And they win by 2 scores at 14 rather than 7. Because that's what it would have been if they didn't have it. If they did. So, the thing was, too, even with Utah controlling the clock by a good 11 minutes, Penn State wins by 14. That's all that matters. You can, have all the stats in the world go in your favor. But all that matters at the end of the day is, you won or lost a game. And Penn State won. Because they had 2 80-plus yard touchdowns. One by Nick Singleton on an 87-yard rushing touchdown. And then an 88-yard passing touchdown from Sean Clifford to Keandre Lambert-Smith. So Penn State as a team, 5 total touchdowns, 2 in the air, 3 on the ground. Utah, 23 first downs today. And 35 minutes of action on offense. Had 200 yards passing, more rushing yards still than Penn State, but Penn State was balanced. They kept it simple. Balance and consistency. Had 279 passing, a $169 rushing. And the big difference, honestly, was the turnovers, but then the explosive plays. As Monday Night Football is still temporarily suspended in the first quarter. Recap bowl season. We're going to hold off on that. That's going to take some time. Which tonight we have, but we don't. Really just want to celebrate this Penn State win, to say the least. Because we'll be on live next Monday night as well for the College Football Playoff National Championship game with Georgia and TCU. And then that'll be the end of the college football season as well. That'll be the final live stream of the season too. And that is now officially when, because if I recap it now, I'm still going to recap it next week. So I might as well just not recap it now, celebrate, or recap it next week. So, scores are out there. If you watch the games, you know what happened anyway. But we're going to recap college football bowl season in full now next week. As technically, there's 2 more college football games this season. FCS National Championship game, college football playoff National Championship game next Sunday and Monday. Of course, you'll have your all-star games, but then these players are going to, get ready for the next level, if not spring ball. But, yeah, that is when now officially, because we just never got around to it with how this game played out. So, on me, my fault, my bad, sorry. But Happy New Year to everyone as well. I'm surprised it's taken me that long to say that. Yeah, we're gonna recap the whole entire bowl season next week. So stay tuned for that, because the Rose Bowl was the final bowl game before the national championship game now next week. So everything's done. There's no more college football until next Sunday and then next Monday night. We'll see what happens with this Monday Night Football game tonight. Game's temporarily suspended because of an injury. Hopefully he's okay. But then also Week 18 in the NFL next week. Playoffs begin. We'll have more football, but college football winding down, unfortunately. So yeah, we'll recap bowl season next week with first half stats and scores during halftime in the national championship game, which will kick off sooner, earlier than normal. It'll be a 7:30 rather than 8 o'clock kick. As it'll also be out in Southern California and LA in Inglewood at SoFi Stadium, home of the Chargers and Rams, who played yesterday, I might add, in the NFL, in the Battle of LA. And Penn State then wins the Rose Bowl here today. So, just as always, thank you for tuning in tonight. And thank you for tuning in all season long. Always greatly appreciated. Be sure to subscribe. What else we got? Sucked we didn't get to see the sun go down with the sunset. because it started to rain. That's what I said. When the hell does it ever rain in Southern California? Well, it did today, and it has been all week because they got drenched in practice. So they finish at 11-2. They finish at what, 10-0, when leading at the end of the third quarter. So they never trailed in the fourth quarter of the season, and then lost. It might probably won time or two. Come back win, which you'd have to go back probably to week 1 for that. Which is hard to believe. It's been 5 months, since the season started. Now, 5 months later, here we are. It's over already. Which is just, time flies. That's why last year in 2022, now here we are in 2023, already 2 days in, third tomorrow. 2022 absolutely flew by. I don't know where the hell time went. I don't know if it was just myself, but just 2022 just gone. And believe in I, football season always goes fast as always. So that's nothing new. But now it's on to next year. It is. And 2023 is here technically for the calendar year, but the season won't start for Penn State until, 8 months to the day from now, September the 2nd, when they host West Virginia at home. Then, as mentioned, they'll then host the Delaware Blue Hens at Illinois, Iowa, at Northwestern. So in 3 weeks, from mid to late September, those are the 3 crossover Big Ten games out of the West. 2 on the road in the land of Lincoln, at Illinois, Iowa, and then at Northwestern. Bye week, early October, so it's about midway. They luck out with a UMass non-conference game the week after, so they could, depending on who you ask, say double up on the bye weeks back to back, because then you go to Ohio State, then Indiana, and then at Maryland, Michigan, Rutgers, and at Michigan State. So I think next year, honestly, very well could start off like it did this year and last year, potentially 5-0 again. Don't want to jinx them, but game's still temporarily suspended on Monday Night Football, as they're still trying to figure out what they're going to do. So they're going to stand by for further info still. But yeah, as mentioned, 6 teams they played this year went to bowl games this bowl season. 6 teams they played next year were in bowl games this year, including Delaware in the FCS playoffs. Remember, they played Villanova at home last year, who's also a top-notch FCS power. But the West Virginia game is going to be big as a non-conference home game. And then they'll go to Morgantown to start the year off in 24 as they get a home and home. And they haven't met in a good 30 years. There's not necessarily bad blood. It's just, an old school rivalry that just hasn't been played. As much as it, of course, used to be played, for that matter, and probably should be played more. West Virginia's in their school that, very well could be in the Big Ten, but they're in the Big 12. But they could have some trouble home and away in conference, I think, next year. I do. That's why I said comparison for Penn State to Utah is Iowa. Iowa's going to give them a fight. Illinois is getting better. They got to go to there. They get Iowa at home then the following week, but then they got to go right back out to the Midwest, go to Chicago, and for the final time at the current Ryan Field, play at Northwestern, who they beat earlier this year by 10, 17-7. Very well could have lost that game. That was actually the last time Penn State played on ESPN until today. And for Dish, that's when they fucked everything up earlier this year, but then it was restored later that weekend. And now the Big Ten has mentioned no more ESPN after this year anyway, which was known coming into the season It's going to be, as mentioned, CBS Sports Network, Paramount Plus, along with Fox, FS1, Big Ten Network, NBC, and Peacock is where the games are going to be played at. Or played on. Blue White game's going to be on BTN. I'm not going to be surprised if the West Virginia game's on ESPN or ABC. I'd have to guess, though, I think it's probably either going to be on CBS or Fox. Delaware is going to be on BTN. I mean, we don't need to be trying to pinpoint that, let alone kick times for next year just yet. They'll get a home night game. They'll probably have to go on the road at night as well. They get, honestly, 3 big home games next year. West Virginia, Iowa, and Michigan. When they got to go to Ohio State and Michigan State. Maryland's getting better. We know how that game, goes for the most part, along with Rutgers. So there's that. Indiana, sometimes down to the wire. Those 2 trips to Illinois, though, for Illinois and Northwestern, I'd watch out for one of those 2 potentially. Hell, they just barely beat Northwestern earlier this year. It was turnover. It was the weather. Remember last year, 9 overtimes at home against Illinois then, and, et cetera, et cetera. Of course, that was then. This is now. Who knows what the future holds? But that's what, you think about it next year. They should be pretty similar to what they were this year, and, hopefully just not as bad as they were the past couple years. 11 wins total into 11 total wins this year. 11-11 and 11-2. So do the math, or 22-13 over 3 years, and a Rose Bowl victory over Utah. So that's next year. In the meantime, though, of course, recruiting's ongoing. We had early signing day a couple weeks ago. Old school signing day is coming up first Wednesday in February. Transfer portal's hot as it is. It's free agency in college football, basically. So we'll see who's on the roster, who's not, who's where, who's here, all that. But just looking ahead next year, like I said, offense, defense, and special teams, kickers and punters are going to be different. As Christian Veilleux transferred to Pitt, Drew Aller will be the starting quarterback. Purpilo to back him up. And then they have a quarterback coming in the recruiting class currently. As right now, game's still temporarily suspended, and the head coaches are on the phone. Who are they talking to? As the referees are all there as well. As they're trying to figure out what they're going to do. If they're going to continue to play or not. So, we'll see. But they'll still have a 2-headed monster in the backfield with Nick Singleton and Katron Allen. Receivers, they have depth. Yeah, they're going to be losing a few in Parker Washington and Mitchell Tinsley. Lambert Smith and Harrison Wallace, Omari Evans are truly your next 3 in line. Don't want to get into any names, though, honestly, because I just don't know who's going to be here or not here, because they could transfer themselves for all we know. Which I don't know why you'd want to leave Penn State, but everybody has their own opinion and has their own decision to make. The tight ends, they'll be fine, whether it's who they have or the depth behind and more coming in. The offensive line, they want to get bigger. They want to get stronger. They played a damn good job this year. And you got to give them credit. And like I said, the defense, it's going to be plug and play. They're losing, some key names for sure. Joey Porter and Jair Brown in the secondary. We'll see how the linebackers shake out. Mustipher is going to be gone. But the way he's recruited, they should be all right. They should be all right. Oh shit! Now they're starting to wrap up and clean up the sidelines as acting, as if they're clearing the field and cleaning up, and the game's going to be over. Temporarily suspended still, but the Bills are, what are they going to do? Go home? They're going to call this game? They're going to act as if it didn't happen? Are they going to resume it at a later time? The NFL should give refunds, along with the ticket outlets that people bought tickets, because you saw a half a quarter before the injury, and then the game's then temporarily suspended. And tickets ain't cheap. So, game is still temporarily suspended. We'll see officially what the outcome is going to be, if it's soon, or if they wait until I sign off, which I don't know how much longer I'm going to be on here talking, but I'm just wrapping everything up because this is going to be the final time this season that I'm talking Penn State football. I'll talk college football next week, the national championship game, recap Bulls then, as mentioned, but it's the final time for Penn State football in 2022 as their Rose Bowl champions. But the thing is, with recruiting, the transfer portal, which is college football free agency basically, once again, to however you get your players, NIL's big now too. You play with who you have, okay? And hopefully you have good enough players to go out and beat your opponent and you're winning football games, rather than, losing, because, well, if you lose more than you win, you're not going to be coaching, you're not going to be playing. But if you win, that's all that matters. It's quiet then, Nobody makes a peep. You're talking about it, yes, in celebration and a victory. But when you lose, hell's on fire, man. It is. And that's what, from 2020 until now, it's been frustrating for Penn State football at times. At times. It's been very frustrating. 0-5 to 4-5, 5-0 to 7-6, 5-0, and then, okay, what's going to happen? They lose, they win, they lose, but then they've won out. 5-0, loss, win, loss, 5-0, they're 11-2 and Rose Bowl champions, defeating Utah 35-21 in the granddaddy of them all. So, yeah, we watched post-game celebration with the trophy ceremony. Penn State smelling the roses to begin 2023. Honestly, I thought the difference in this game, at a time, once again, yes, early, it was the interception that led to Penn State points to begin the game, 7-0. And then Utah tied it at 7. And Penn State went back up 7 again, 14-7. Utah tied at 14. That's where we stood at halftime. They could have done some damage before half and right after half, but they didn't. And then they didn't score again until intermittent to play. Penn State with a couple 80-plus yard touchdowns. So the explosive plays against Utah's defense, honestly, was the difference. Even though Utah had a better running game, Penn State was able to run the ball when they needed to, work some clock, even though they didn't win that by a good 10, 11 minutes. But at the end of the day, it doesn't fucking matter at this point. Win's a win. They win the Rose Bowl. You go on a high, and that high should buzz from now until the start of next year. And they're Rose Bowl champs until somebody else wins the Rose Bowl next year. So that's what I said earlier. You can't take it away from them. Just like they took away wins, but then they gave them back because they realized, well, really, then they were just out to get Penn State. They were, and I'll leave it at that. I don't want to go down that rabbit hole tonight. Well, any time for that matter. But, you know, as I mentioned earlier, you know, thank you to those players, and thank you to these players, and thank you to anybody and everybody, you know, who tuned in today and all season long for live watch long reactions over on YouTube of Penn State football with myself, your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Go and Luke 96. So in the win, as defensively, they had 6 sacks. Jordan Vandenberg and Keon Wiley had a half a sack apiece. And then Jair Brown and Robinson, Chop, had a sack and a half apiece. So those are also the tackles for loss. They had 9 tackles for loss, 6 sacks, 2 interceptions. 1 by Kalen King, 1 by Jair Brown. You know, special teams really wasn't a factor. It wasn't. I mean, they were 5 of 5 on extra points. They scored touchdowns rather than kicked field goals, which thank God for that. Return game really wasn't anything because they, for the most part, all day started in shit territory. 5, 10, 15, 20, maybe 25-yard line at best. But then they were still able to drive. And then they still had big touchdowns. 2 80-plus yard touchdowns. 1 from 87, 1 from 88. But Barney did do his job punting. But Sean Clifford, in his final game as the Penn State starting quarterback, was 16 of 22 for 279 yards passing and 2 touchdowns. It's been about an hour. This game has now been temporarily suspended on Monday Night Football. The 1 touchdown, the first one was Mitchell Tinsley, who finished with 6 catches, 49 yards, and the score. Keandre Lambert-Smith, 3 of 124 yards, and the touchdown as well. Harrison Walls, 2 for 47. Theo Johnson had a catch for 28 yards. Fat Man, 3 of 16 out of the backfield. Hell yeah. Tyler Warren had a catch for 15 yards as well. The Bills coming back out on the field. No, that's them walking into the tunnel. And then the head coach is meeting up again. Backstage, they're on the phones. The equipment is being taken from the field, I might add, as well. So they're still trying to figure out what the hell they're going to do. But then Penn State, as Clifford had 2 passing touchdowns, they had 3 rushing touchdowns on the ground. Katron Allen, 11 carries, 37 yards rushing on the touchdown. Nick Singleton breaking 1,000 on the season, 7 for $120 and 2 touchdowns. 1 from 5 yards, the other from 87 yards. Fat Man's touchdown was from inside the 5. Clifford's 2 passing touchdowns, 1 was from 10 yards to Tinsley, the other was 88 yards to Lambert Smith, going for the Thunder and touchdown. So, yeah, Penn State, man, what a way to finish the year. 35-21 win against Utah in the Rose Bowl. And I'll leave it at that. I don't think there's anything else to be said. Other than, once again, thank you for tuning in and watching. Now the game's suspended, not temporarily suspended, as the crowd's starting to file out. And we're going to rewind this a little bit.
Since that transpired, left the stadium by ambulance.
Put volume back on.
9:25 Eastern.
See what they have to say.
We have
No update yet.
Guys, no official update on this.
But the game's now suspended. What are they going to do? Restart at fucking 3 a.m.?
John Perry just heard the official word that play has been suspended for the rest of the night.
Okay, play's been suspended for the rest of the night. So the Bengals lead the Bills 7-3 with 5:58 to play in the first quarter, and the game's suspended for the rest of the night. No more Monday Night Football. This is the final Monday Night Football game of the season, too, I might add. A time that's right now to be determined for when they restart the game. But the game's suspended. What do you do? Play a doubleheader tomorrow? It's not baseball. And yeah, this is a big game, too. It's not like, you know, these two teams could say, oh, fuck it, you know, we're out of the playoff picture anyway. You know, these two teams are vying for the number one seed in the NC playoffs. Home field. What are they going to do? Play this game tomorrow? Play this game Wednesday? Thursday? Have another Thursday night football game? As last week's was supposed to be the last. But then they also got to get ready for next week. The Bills host the Patriots on Sunday. The Bengals host the Ravens as well. And then there's playoff scenarios with, you know, all that. But the crowd's filed out. And yeah, news does travel fast. Game suspended on Monday Night Football. Yeah, we are done watching football for sure tonight. So, Lisa Salters with an update.
I wanted to underscore just the emotion down here on the field, particularly on the Bills.
And Bills Mafia traveling well. They'll chip in to help out Hamlin. And hopefully he's okay. Just very scary. He made the tackle and then stood up and then just collapsed, fell backwards. And then he was given CPR on the field. They took him by ambulance to the hospital. Game's been temporarily suspended for over an hour now. Now it's officially suspended, and they're not playing the rest of the night. And it's not like the game's almost over, they can call it, you know. 5:58 to play in the first quarter. It's 7-3. Bengals on top of the Bills. And I think it'd be a different story if it was 0-0 and it just started. And then you could just, you know, start from there. Which they're going to, start from here whenever they do restart it. But 7-3, you had some points scored. It's not 0-0. So they're in a tough boat there. But the game's suspended. And they have no updates on his status, on how he's doing. Your attention, please. Here's the announcement. Postponed now, rather than suspended. It's been postponed. All right. Critical condition. Shit. So the NFL and the NFLPA have postponed tonight's game. The game has been postponed. For further info, please go to the.com. So suspended, postponed. They're not playing the rest of the night. We'll have to see when they, you know, restart it. And for the hell of it, as you'd have to think, I mean, it's a Monday night game. It was supposed to be on ESPN as it was until they stopped play. Be a national broadcast again. Maybe not, though. We'll see. Probably going to have to tune in and watch that, potentially even live stream it. So be sure to tune back in for that, potentially. Be sure to subscribe to stay up to date. So we'll have, as mentioned earlier, more live watch-along reactions this week and this weekend and in the days and weeks and months to come. So be sure to subscribe. So, game is postponed. And it's not because of a weather delay or, you know, just whatever. The player was critically injured. They gave him CPR on the field, taken to a hospital via ambulance, and that's all we know. Game's postponed now. Who knows when they're going to play? They're going to have to play before Sunday. And just, of course, hopefully he's okay. But yeah, they'll get the game in when they get the game in. But everybody's concerned, worried about, you know, his status. Because they gave him CPR on the field. Like, yeah, your guess is as good as mine. Nobody knows. Yeah.
And now he's
Big game like this.
as you mentioned, Troy's mentioned, and there are no words.
So the game's postponed. Game is postponed on Monday Night Football. But to finish up and say once again, Penn State wins the Rose Bowl. They're your 2023 Rose Bowl champions. Defeating Utah once again 35-21. And we've said everything we could say. As just once again, thank you for tuning in and watching tonight and all season long for Penn State football live, play-by-play, watch-along reactions live here on YouTube with myself, your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cohen Luke 96. As Penn State was California dreaming, and they pick up a W. So Monday, so good to Penn State as well. So I'll leave it at that. Yeah. There's not really much else to be said. Just, yeah, once again, thanks for tuning in and watching. Thoughts and opinions, greatly appreciated in the comments. Chat questions and comments, super chat, super sticker, super like, super thanks. Always greatly appreciated. But for the glory of Old State, for the black shoes, the basic blues, the no names in all game, in the towns and cities across the state, in the nation's valley, for their team. They fought on state this year. They did. And held to the Lions. We are Penn State. We are Penn State. Indeed. And as Penn State is the 2023 Rose Bowl champions, we are Penn State, as they are heroes. They are winners. They are Penn State football. So that'll do it for myself, your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cohen Luke 96, live right here on YouTube. As always, thanks for tuning in and watching, whether it be tonight, all season long, hopefully next season as well. Be sure to subscribe. Penn State defeats Utah at 35-21 in the Rose Bowl. I'm going to have to buy some merch, as Penn State is the Rose Bowl champs. Hat, shirt, for sure, to Rose Bowl. It's as good as it gets compared to the playoff and the national championship game. It does. It is. But thanks to this team, from all the coaches to the players and everyone in between, whether your job's to do this or that, we're all still Penn State, bleeding blue and white. So yeah, we are Penn State. We are Penn State. We are Penn State, and thank you. You're welcome. But yeah, I don't have anything else to say. I'm just trying to think, make sure I don't have anything else to say. But yeah, no. We are Penn State, and Penn State is the 2023 Rose Bowl champions, defeating Utah once again 35-21 in the granddaddy of them all in the 109th Rose Bowl, 100 years after they played in the first ever Rose Bowl in the current Rose Bowl stadium. Safe travels to the nation getting home from the game as well. Thanks for tuning in and watching my live play-by-play, watch-along reactions live here on YouTube. But in the meantime, once again, that'll do it for myself, your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cohen Luke 96, live right here on YouTube. So we are Penn State. Penn State, we are Rose Bowl champions to end 2022 and kickstart 2023. As, for the glory of Old State once again, they are heroes. They are winners. They are Penn State. We are Penn State. Penn State, we are Rose Bowl champions to end 2022 and kickstart 2023. As, for the glory of Old State once again, they are heroes. They are winners. They are Penn State. We are Rose Bowl champions to end 2022 and kickstart 2023. As, for the glory of Old State once again, they are heroes. They are winners. They are Penn State football.